National STOL hops eastward today to Hartford, Wisconsin, at an airport known for yellow airplanes, and where STOL pilots come for some of the best grass this side of the Mississippi. Some say that Hartford is taildragger paradise, but pilots would do well to heed the warnings of competitors past. If historic crosswinds hold true, even this beautiful place can bite. Over 40 pilots will compete for legend status this weekend. The adventure class sees the return of Micah Lindstrom to the series as his new steed challenges Babcock, Busenitz, and Tanner McIntyre. In the Backcountry class, it's Husky versus Cessna as Clemens and Shearer come after Peterson and Pohl. Sport class is 10 light aircraft deep with Zeniths, Kitfoxes, Rands, and everything in between. And in the unlimited class, Jared Garrettson looks to continue his unrelenting advance against McIntyre, Stockman, and a new threat from Alaska. It's time to chop, plop, and drop. Pre-flight's complete. Let's get these birds airborne. National STOL's Sodbusters starts right now. And good morning, everyone. Welcome to Hartford Municipal Airport here in Hartford, Wisconsin. My name's Ryan Dombrowski.
I'm Cam Walton.
And we are here to bring you an adventurous aviation day. An adventurous aviation day is coming right at you, folks, here at Hartford Municipal Airport. We had one heck of a practice yesterday, Cam.
It was pretty awesome. We had some mechanical turbulence over here because of the trees and the wind, but it was still pretty cool.
It got a little sporty, and we're going to see what happens with the winds today. I mean, these are the world's best STOL pilots.
Yes.
So they're going to be able to handle it. But we heard a lot of conversation on the Air Boss frequency yesterday about, it's kind of brutal today. We had a wind coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, and it was hitting those trees that Cam was just talking about, creating a rotor on short final, and a lot of pilots struggling with that. We did have a few prop strikes yesterday as well.
Yeah.
No injuries, and actually both aircraft back and running today after some quick repairs, some new props. That's just part of racing. Folks, if you're following along at home, or you know where you are if you're here, go to Kilo Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot on your sectional. Maybe you load that up in iFly EFB. That's Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot. We're at Hartford Municipal Airport. We're operating on a specially made competitive runway. It's runway 1129. We're going to be flying off of 29 today, heading to the west. And winds today a little bit stronger than they were yesterday. And Cam, that's something that STOL pilots really like.
Yeah, we do love the wind. I say we, but we both haven't competed. But yeah, love the wind. The airplanes love the wind. It makes for shorter landings and more excitement from all sides.
Yeah, a little bit more excitement and just a little bit shorter numbers. Let's talk through some of the numbers we saw yesterday, Cam. We had some insane numbers, particularly down in the unlimited class, but surprisingly, unlimited class was not the shortest combined run. That belonged to Mike Babcock in his baby blue airplane, hanging it all out on the prop. His third run of practice, a 45-foot takeoff, combined with a 36-foot landing for a total of 81 feet. The next closest was down in the unlimited class, Ronnie Sainer, flying the same aircraft, I might add.
Yes. With
a combined score of 95 feet with a 41-foot takeoff and a 54-foot landing. We did see a takeoff and landing by Jared Garrettson in a Badlands Traveler that was close, but he did scratch. And we'll explain a little bit, folks, if you're new here, if this is your first National STOL event, we will explain a little bit more in a few minutes about how the competition works. But what you need to basically understand right now is it's basically airplane golf.
Yeah.
Right? A little more intense than golf.
Yeah.
I get a little more excited than when I watch golf, but it is airplane golf. The smaller the number, the better. The smallest number at the end of the day wins.
That's an excellent way to put it. Love it.
So that's what we're looking for here at Hartford Airport. The other thing you're going to see today, folks, we're really excited to bring this to you, is you're going to see lots of different kinds of airplanes. We're going to start the day off with airplanes that Hartford's actually known for, the vintage Cubs, the Champs and the J3 Cubs. Then we're going to move over to normal Cubs, basically, just like standard Cub class aircraft. And then as the day goes on, the power to weight ratios just get more and more insane. We're gonna go into some, we call them the big boys, the heavy certificated airplanes and experimental airplanes, as well as then sport class aircraft, adventure class aircraft. They get more and more insane and louder as the day goes on. So we're really excited to bring that to you all here at Hartford. Just, what did we figure out yesterday? Like short of 40 nautical miles from the world's largest aviation celebration?
Yeah, I think you said 36 or something like that. I can't remember. But
I don't know.
It's short.
It's close.
It's not going to take very long for you to leave here and then fly to Oshkosh.
So it's kind of nice to have a little aviation celebration after our STOL family reunion. It's nice that they put that on up there in Oshkosh, so we can do that. Let's get this party started, folks. If you could all please rise if you're able and remove your caps for our national anthem. And please remain standing, folks, as we observe a moment of silence for our friend and competitor, Rick Boardman. And folks, now, if you could please direct your eyes to the south, we have 4 of our STOL competitors inbound to execute a solemn tradition in the aviation community when one of ours is lost. Hearing over the radio, they are about a minute out south of the airport. So keep those eyes peeled as that formation heads towards Hartford Municipal Airport. Rick Boardman, if you follow the STOL and ag flying community, was lost earlier this summer in an ag flying incident, and the hole that he has left in this community is pretty large, Cam.
Absolutely.
Definitely a competitor that's competed here at Hartford as well as all over the nation. And now there we go, folks. We can see them on screen there. From south to north here at Hartford. Thank you, everyone, for taking a few moments with us as we remember our friend Rick, everyone at National STOL, and all the pilots and volunteers and broadcast crew. We'd all like to dedicate today's show to Rick. We hope that we do him proud with some of these landings and takeoffs you're going to see in just a little bit. So thank you very much, everybody. We will be getting the competition started in just a few moments. I promised to you at the beginning of the show that Cam and I would do a little bit of an explainer for you on how this all works. And so what we're doing today, you can actually see our missing man formation pilots coming in on the competitive runway to your left here in the crowd. What we're simulating today, and you can see this first aircraft coming in, is we're simulating landing on a sandbar. Imagine you're taking your backcountry aircraft to do a little fly fishing. So here's Jerry Clemens coming in now, getting down over the line. He successfully landed on the sandbar, and then he has to stop. He's going to roll out so competition can begin, but you'd stop at the end of that sandbar and go fishing. And so that's what we're doing today. If you land a little too short, you'd get wet in that river.
Yeah, you get in the river, get in the lake, wherever you're landing on your gravel bar or sandbar. Would not be a good day.
And if you go off the end, it's the same thing. You're getting a little wet. And there's Pat McIntyre and his son Tanner coming in their Badlands Traveler. Big thanks to Pat for helping assemble that formation in honor of Rick. Got a few more aircraft to recover, and then we will be getting this party started. So while they come in, let's teach you a little bit more about how National STOL works. Aronson.
And folks, it is a great day for competition. This wind is kicking up, and if you were here in the crowd and you saw Jared Garrettson just land, you saw what the Badlands Traveler is absolutely known for. Just landing very, very slow and very, very short. So I'm excited. I know you're excited.
Oh, I'm pumped.
Dude.
Like, man, there's just so much to get pumped about here in Hartford. This event, we were talking about this yesterday during practice, is one of, like, weirdly enough, it's just in a cornfield, right? And I say that as someone, I learned to fly here. I love it here. This is one of my favorite airports in the country out of all the airports I've ever been to. But in terms of environmental factors, we're relatively low field elevation.
Yeah.
It's not super wet ever when we're here, like Swamp STOL.
Right.
It's not super hot like it is when we're in the high desert of Oregon or Washington. It's not super high elevation like when we are in Pinedale, Wyoming.
Right.
So it's just kind of like a standard aviation location in terms of it's a good cross section of the United States. Hartford always is challenging conditions for our pilots. And so previous years, folks, if you're in the crowd, you've been here before. And by the way, who's been here before? We'd love to see a show of hands. We can see you guys. Awesome. Thank you for coming back. And if you're in the social chat, let us know if you've watched Sodbusters here in Hartford before. Normally we're operating off of runway 1836, and we always have this kickin' crosswind, right? And so this year we decided to build this specially made competitive runway in partnership with Kylie's Cub Air Flight and the other folks that manage this airport here in Hartford. They rolled it out beautifully for us. They've mowed it real tight. This is very near what the old runway at Hartford used to be, the old hard surface was. And so we have this beautiful runway here for us to avoid the heavy crosswinds. And what happens today, right now, it's mostly right down the pipe. But we're forecast to have heavy crosswinds by the end of the day. So Hartford, she never gives. She only takes. Crosswinds all the time.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with. Yesterday, again, we talked a little bit about that mechanical turbulence coming off those trees. That's going to be less of an issue, I suspect, today because the wind is coming from like the northwest-ish right now.
Yeah.
We'll see how that progresses through the day, but as Cam said at the top, sorry, Cam, I'm doing what's called monologuing. I'm very excited.
You're fine, bro.
This is something my wife and I are working, and she says, you monologue a lot, Ryan. You monologue. You got to bundle. You got to bundle your thoughts. Anyway, like Cam said, the headwind is going to be delicious today. And
yes.
Every class we can get through in this headwind, absolutely delectable.
Like cheese curds.
Yes.
Yes.
Cheese curds.
I'm so happy that I'm up here.
So we're going to start things off today first with the Vintage Cub class. And I like that here in Hartford because that's what Hartford is all about.
Yeah.
Is vintage aviation and the J3 Cubs they teach their students in here. Let's take a look at who is going to be flying in that Vintage Cub class. First up, you're going to see Glenn Roberts in a 1946 Aranca Champ. Simon Smith is here in a 2000 Wag Aero Sport Trainer. It's going to look very familiar when you see it. It's a home-built version of that very familiar aircraft. Justin Coletti in a 1941 Piper J3 from Topeka, Kansas. And Ron Hansen will be flying again in that Aranca Champ. He's going to be flying with the Cub class just after this so that two pilots can share the same airplane.
Yeah, it's like you said, like this is the most picturesque airfield to be out on, especially on today. Like we've got the cornfields around us and we've got all these vintage aircraft in front of us. This is going to be an amazing venture on our way to AirVenture here in a few days.
There, that's very good. So the Vintage Cub class, to help explain our classes to people who are new here, it all starts with the Cub, right?
Yeah.
STOL flying started basically with Cubs, with Super Cubs. There's some debate about that in the AvGeek community, but I'm gonna plant my flag there.
I think you're accurate.
These aircraft are the lowest performance aircraft of the day, but they are still quite capable. The other thing that's very exciting about them is they're quite affordable to acquire. The J3 Cub that you see back there, kind of ready to go, is, if a 65 horsepower version is available to you, you can get that in the like $30,000 to $50,000 range for an airplane, and that's less than the average cost of a new vehicle in the United States right now. So that's a bargain to be had. These aircraft all have 100 horsepower or less. None of them have flaps. Flaps are the inboard control surface on the wing. You'll see it later today. It helps the airplane descend more efficiently, more steeply, generates lift and a little bit of drag. The Champ, the first aircraft you see taxiing up right now, is also fitting that same description. It's not a Cub. It's a competitor to the Cub. Some people say it's better. I'd say it's kind of lame. That's a dig at Cam and
that
every
is a
Champ
dig
pilot
at me.
globally, apparently.
I don't know. That is a great looking airplane to me, sir.
I do like the Champ. I've never flown one actually, but I'd like to. Maybe you can take me up in yours, Cam. I'd love to get some Champ time, but.
Yeah, I enjoy flying my Champ. It is it's a very forgiving airplane. So if you kind of screw up, it won't bite you, like how we talked about yesterday. But I have not flown in a Cub, so maybe one day you can take me up in a Cub and we can figure that out, see what really flies the best.
I mean, here's the thing, man. The Cub you can open the door on. So it's like you're a motorcycle in the sky, man.
I mean, technically on mine I have like the seaplane door, so I can fly with my doors off or open. All right, from Bellevue, Nebraska, race number 76 in the Ronca Champ, Glenn Roberts.
Like we've been talking about the Champ, it's a great backcountry airplane. Glenn Roberts, accomplished pilot. He's been part of our series for a long time. You're going to see what they do in this Champ today. 90 horsepower on the front of that aircraft. Glenn Roberts also in the Air Force. Doing Air Force things.
Doing secret Air Force things.
Secret Air Force
Spy stuff.
Whoa, I don't know if we were supposed to say that on the broadcast.
I gave it away. And then next up, from Belvedere, Illinois, race number 18 in a 2000 WAG Aero Sport Trainer, Simon Smith.
Really impressed with Simon Smith yesterday during the practice session. He was really wringing a lot of performance out of this airplane. It's basically a home-built J3 Cub. So the WAG Aero company made a kit that you could buy. This one was completed in the year 2000. It's got 100 horsepower on the front. It is light sport. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Threw on those fat 29-inch tires.
And next up, race number 248 in the 2007 Cub Crafters CC11-100, means that it has a 100 horsepower engine. Mr. Kirk Meese.
That's right. Kirk Meese is flying a Cub Crafters, another modern take on the vintage J3 Cub. This one's built with things like carbon fiber and modern avionics and everything like that. But in the end, very similar, inspired type performance compared to what the J3s did back in the 40s. And As if on cue, look, we've got a J3.
Oh, we do have a J3. And with an onboard camera, by the way, so if you're watching online, you will be able to see his vantage point. But from Topeka, Kansas, race number 953 in the J3 Piper Cub, Mr. Justin Coletti.
This one's got an 85 horsepower engine on it, so it's the lowest horsepower of all the competitors. And again, we will be on board with Justin Coletti, so if you're here in the crowd, you want to pull up your phone, go to nationalstol.com. You can find a link. It's Facebook, YouTube, things like that. You can actually watch the stream live for some additional camera angles. You can also chat with us, which is really fun. Cam and I can answer your questions. So Justin Coletti flew that aircraft all the way from Topeka, Kansas at, what is it?
Like,
maybe 80 miles an hour
maybe
downhill.
80.
Like, you're lucky if you hit 80 in a C85 J3 Cub. So now, competition is getting ready to go here. This Champ, flown by Glenn Roberts, he's going to be starting further back. So they are going to start further back from the start line because the performance of these aircraft is a little bit less when it's hot. We do have a shorter runway, so for a safety margin, the vintage Cub class is going to be starting back there 150 feet from the start line. They'll all start from the same place. We'll be adding a 150 feet to their scores. And you see the line judges here are all ready to go in these bright yellow shirts. And they are going to be measuring the distance. There's literally, it's a very low tech. We have a tape measure, a very long one, that was probably very expensive, stretched out on the grass there. And they're going to run and watch where those main wheels leave the ground. And these aircraft, all four of these aircraft, the main wheels are the ones on the front. So we have a green flag from the race officials. You're going to hear Glenn Roberts power that aircraft up. He's full throttle now. He's going to get the tail up off the ground. Now he's waiting for flying speed as he holds it there up over the ramparoo, pulls back.
Nice.
And he is off. Nice and short in the Champ for Glenn Roberts. That's going to be a very short number in these classification of aircraft.
Yeah, we were talking to them yesterday, and they were talking about how they were looking for, when I say they, I mean him and Ron, his aircraft partner. They were looking for that number, that magic 53 number, which is the airspeed, to pull back on the stick for the Champ.
Now here comes Simon Smith. That right wheel hanging on a little bit longer than the left. But he is off considerably shorter.
Considerably.
And this, I don't mean to brag, Cam, but this might be, and I know that was an experimental one. We'll see what the actual J3 does. Mm-hmm. But this is a little bit of a grudge match between the two of us.
Oh, yeah.
And I would really like to see all of the Cub types outperform the Champ. That's just me.
I mean, you know, historically, J3s and the Cub types are a little bit lighter than the Champs. So, I mean, I really think that performance is really going to kick in the J3 and Cub type in their favor on those aircraft.
So Kirk just popped flaps, which reminded me he is in the Cub class, not the vintage Cub class. Ooh. And look how short Justin Coletti took off, Cam. J3's win.
Oh.
I mean, we have to see how the actual competition ends. But at less horsepower, 5 less horsepower, J3 Cub. How you feeling right now, buddy? Look at that beautiful onboard view.
Yeah.
J3 Cub.
Oh, yeah.
Hashtag J3 Cub.
It looks good.
It's great.
I like it. It's an
All
airplane.
Right. If you're from Hartford, you gotta love the J3. That's what they're about here. So we have the takeoff scores, the first run of the vintage Cub and Cub class. So remember, Kirk Meese is going to be in the Cub class. You saw that extra performance he gets from those flaps. Right now, out in front on takeoff alone, in the vintage Cub class, 220 for Justin Coletti of the J3, 263 for Simon Smith in the Sport Trainer. Here comes Glenn Roberts, a little short on the line, I think. Yeah, that is a scratch for the first run for Glenn Roberts. His takeoff was 441, but because he scratched, they're landing at the same line everyone else will be landing at today. Takeoff is the only concern. He lands a little short. It's a scratch, which means that run does not count. So Glenn Roberts in the champ, not yet on the board. Now, to your left in the crowd, Simon Smith.
Yeah, we're going to see him battle these rotors, some of this mechanical wind or mechanical turbulence. You saw it with Glenn Roberts. He was low. He took the low approach, and you could see him hitting burbles along the way. So we'll see what happens, and you can see right now that there's a little crabbing happening, little burbles out there. But Simon is doing a great job battling these. Nice and short for Simon. It's going to be sub 150, looks like, for that landing for Simon. Actually, that's a scratch. Okay. So it seems like we're starting off the Cub and Vintage Cub class with a couple of scratches. So we'll see what Kirk is going to do for us on his approach. And Kirk is in the Cub class, so you can see those flaps down on the trailing edge of the wing or his wings.
Oh, I think I saw a little bit of white pop up from the line on that left main gear.
This might be the scratch class. We'll see. So
waiting to see what comes up from that. While we do, we've got Justin Coletti off on extended final for a J3 Cub. It's going to take about an hour for him to get in from there. I kid. That was a scratch, by the way. So we are 3 for 3 scratches. We'll see if Justin can make it 4. I hope not. Want to say hi to a couple people in the chat. Of course, we've got our friend Catherine Dibble, who's looking to see Major fly in a little bit in the rookie class.
Nice.
Saying drop another Major bomb, heart emoji, heart emoji. Love that. Here's Justin Coletti, and he's going to be too short as well as he rides the Buckin' Bronco down to a stop. But look how short he's working with there. He's got.
Oh, yeah.
He's wringing a lot of performance out of the J3. I don't know how many hours in J3 Cubs, and I cannot. I've been talking a lot of smack here, Cam, but I cannot wring out that much performance in the J3. While they taxi back for the next run, we also want to say hi to Greg Maloney. Want to say hi to Karen.
What's up, Karen?
Want to say hi to Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Cat Blue Flame is here.
Yeah. Steffi is in the chat from the STOL community.
What's up, Steffi? Greg Pittman is here watching from work today. We won't tell your boss. And Gray World Life is here. Hello, Gray World. It is quite windy today. We apologize. That is just what we're dealing with. We actually do have foam on the mics. That is what we're. It's just quite windy here.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
booth.
Yeah.
Let's see. And then Bobby Kerr here, a national STOL competitor as well. This is one of his favorite divisions to watch. And I think that's part of the exciting thing about Vintage Cub class as we gear up for Glenn's takeoff roll. It's kind of the great equalizer class. Almost a formula class. Pulled a little early. There he goes, getting it off the ground and banking immediately to the left there. We are doing left traffic today around the pattern. When Cam and I talk about pulling a little early, Cam, when we talk about that,
yep.
What do we mean?
It means that the airplane is not ready to fly. So the pilot may be ready to fly, but that airplane is not. It doesn't have enough lift to get off the ground. So eventually it will happen, right? Like we'll see that airspeed come up and they'll be ready to fly, but you know, sometimes, as you'll see throughout the day, there's going to be times where pilots are going to pull a little early.
And when you pull a little early, you're reintroducing drag.
Yes.
Slowing the plane back down. That right wing is continuing to come down for him. I think he's just really correcting, like crosswind correcting into the wind. You could probably take out a little bit of that correction.
A little bit, yeah.
Rather have, I don't know, is that a thing we can have? Rather have too much? No, too much would also mean touching your wingtip. So it's all Goldilocks zone. Here comes Kirk Meese in the Cub class. Remember his scores as we move into the Bravo heat in just a little bit. Off at 147 feet.
Okay.
And Justin Coletti on the line. I like that bounce
Yeah.
right there. And he's getting he's mowing a little grass with it.
Yeah.
He's trying to get that tail up. Justin Coletti, new on the scene, showed up at St. Joe in the J3.
Yeah.
And kind of like really impressed everybody with his piloting skills.
That he did. And if you talk to him, he's so amped about this class and flying the J3. I love his enthusiasm.
A ton of enthusiasm and passion.
Yeah.
And I think he wants to get a Cub class, a vintage Cub class this deep at every event.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He's ready to go.
He's ready for those awards, too. I know that that's one of his points is everyone should get the same trophy. So hopefully we'll have more vintage Cub aircraft show up, and we'll get some of them trophies, and hopefully he's going to podium.
Yeah.
And be able to take
see,
one home himself.
See what happens. Glenn Roberts now descending low.
Yeah, crabbing into the wind just a little bit, carrying a lot of energy right now, but he's going to chop the throttle and apply the brakes.
Good over the line that time, getting that stick full back into his lap, keeping that tail down as he brakes.
Nice. Looks like it is sub 300, but we're going to add.
So in the landings, we are measuring from the
that's
actual
right.
line. The
Okay.
takeoffs we're adding 150 feet. So it's a little bit of non-standard operation. Want to say hi to Dan Reynolds in the chat. STOL legend.
Yo, what's up, Dan?
Chinook. We wish you were here as well, Dan Reynolds. From up there in Canada. If you had a problem with the smoke coming through Wisconsin, I think you could call Dan. That's okay. Simon's coming down, very smooth. Now heavy on those brakes, sliding a little bit, doing a little man-made anti-locking I saw there.
Oh yeah,
tapping on those brakes. Over to Kirk Meese on your left.
Kirk is rocking those flaps since he's the only Cub class competitor in this heat.
Butter.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely butter. We know a thing or two about butter in Wisconsin. So. And what's interesting is Cam and I will give out some accolades when it's butter, when it's smooth.
Oh yeah.
But STOL flying's often a lot about not doing that. You actually sometimes get a bigger benefit from just plopping her down. You heard in the intro, chop, plop, and drop. And here comes Justin Coletti. Working that rudder pretty slow.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was too short, though.
He's going to get it dialed in. I have full confidence in Justin's abilities. But he was flying extra slow.
Yeah, he was ranked. We don't usually talk about flying a J3 Cub behind the power curve, but he was kind of doing it.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool. So that's run 2 of 3. We do have some scores on the board now. Glenn Roberts with a combined score of 758. Simon Smith down below him at 538 in that Sport Trainer. Kirk Meese' best run was his first run, 260 feet combined. Again, he's in the Cub class, so not directly competitive with these Cub pilots in these vintage aircraft. Justin Coletti, the most passionate one, is currently 2 for 2 on scratches.
Yeah.
He's only got 1 more run to get on the board, and that's really disappointing because his numbers, he would be solidly at the top of the podium right now if he were getting it over the line.
Yeah, doing an excellent job in that J3. And we've got Glenn Roberts waiting to be released with all 90 horses in his stable. He's got 90 horse on the front of that Champ.
Was whipping it around last night after practice.
Yeah.
Sunset, having some fun.
It looked so good with that sunset and the golden hour and everything.
I mean, no, it looked horrible. It's a Champ. It looked real bad.
Oh, my goodness.
So, folks, I just got a little bug in my ear here from the event organizers. If you did not pay for your admission at some point today, please go back to the admissions tent. I think some people arrived before the admission tents were open, and so obviously make sure to do that for us. We really appreciate it. Help support the show. It's a lot of cost to bring something like this to an airport.
Yep.
So we really appreciate your support. Another way you can support us is by visiting that merch booth. You can see the National STOL tent. It's on the right side of the flight line. You can pick up shirts and things like that. So very excited to be here and really appreciate your support. Here comes Glenn Roberts.
Bouncing on those oleo gear.
Still a little early, about 50 to 75 feet from when he pulled to when she wanted to fly.
Mm-hmm.
Also, look at the windsocks right now, particularly the one, like the main one for the airport off in the distance. It's definitely showing like, what, a 10 to 12 knot crosswind from the right.
Yeah.
Tail's already up, bouncing off that little bit right there. I love it. It's like monster truck racing here in the Vintage Cup class.
Nice turnout for Simon Smith. Next up is Kirk Meese. Tail is up. She's ready to fly. So you can see some of the techniques that you'll see later on in the day with most of the aircraft. Pull the stick back and drop the flaps to launch yourself in the air. You're also going to see versions of that where they pull the stick back and launch from the tail wheel, essentially. So we'll see a variation of different takeoff techniques throughout the day.
Justin Coletti on the roll, looking for pennies,
Yeah.
and off there. Yep, so you saw that right main hang on a little bit. And I feel like we should pay royalties every time we say looking for pennies. Our friend Cat Blue Flame in the international audience trademarked that, should have trademarked that, because I continue to steal it and use it every time because it's just so great. Look at these motor gliders taking off in the distance there.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Right now, let's check into the winds. Look at that onboard cam with Justin Coletti flying over Hartford, Wisconsin right now. A lot of vibration in a J3.
Yep. That's, that it's so crazy to try and set up a camera in any of these vintage airplanes, like especially mine. Like, you get on downwind and it's just shake city.
Glenn Roberts hoping to shake and bake this one.
Oh, yeah.
Settling down in again. Watch the rudder pedals, the pedals on the feet, on the floor. Use your feet to control your yaw. Eating it over the line, good. And now he's got to get her stopped.
Ooh. So introducing a little power to put some air over the tail.
Yeah, maybe he felt like the tail was coming up on him a little bit, and so added a little power to help force it back down.
Yeah.
Winds right now so much stronger than yesterday
yeah.
already. We've got winds currently, it's a live updating for us, but 314 degrees at 13 knots. Our max wind so far today has been 18.47 knots. Gust factor up to there, pretty good. Oh, little power.
Smith. Yeah,
Nice. Yeah. Did it get over the line? No. That was a scratch.
Oh.
Those 2 runs, by the way, the best for our first 2 competitors down on the ground here in the Vintage Cub and Cub class. 7:29 for Glenn Roberts. And 4:76 for Simon Smith. Kirk Meese coming in, flaps, unfair advantage against these airplanes. If again, he's being graded against the other ones. Settling in into the wind. Nice wind picking up right now through the runway. Oh, I think he maybe got it over the line. I did not. I feel like I still could see some daylight.
I felt like that too, yeah. But I would not be surprised if he did touch some grass.
Here's the replay. I think I still see daylight under that right main.
Yeah.
The question is what happened at the line. That's the other part. Justin Coletti looking to get on the board. Did he do it?
Oh, come on, Justin. Yeah, 248-foot takeoff. So we'll see if he pairs that with a sub 170.
I'm seeing a score come in right now.
Yeah.
So with 408 combined, that's going to be really solid for Justin Coletti. So they are going to go back to the race pits, and then we're going to get one more Vintage Cub. It's going to be that Champ.
Yep.
Flown by a different pilot, Ron Hansen, going to be flying against some Cubs, more classic Cubs that you've seen before. Nick Ardillo, Kevin Johnson, and Brady Bergen are all going to be fighting it out in the Cub class in our Bravo Heat. When we get ready to head over to that, folks, I want to talk about some of our sponsors. We got to talk about our friends at ICOM Radio. You see some of our line judges wearing the ICOM Radio shirts. ICOM provided us with new radios so we can communicate effectively at our events. They're used by our line judging team as well as our production team. You know ICOM if you're in aviation. They are the radio people.
Absolutely.
And we just really appreciate all of their support. Also, I want to talk about our friends at Lift Aviation. Lift Aviation's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products that you wear in the cockpit. They're bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. And you're actually going to see some Lift Aviation helmets. We'll remind you, we'll point it out.
Oh, yeah.
During the rookie class, it's coming up a little bit later today. The rookies can use Lift Aviation provided helmets for safety. Everyone's got to wear a helmet in National STOL, and they can try this out for the first time. And without having to invest in a helmet, thanks to our friends at Lift Aviation.
They're going to immediately fall in love with them.
And it's going to feel great on your big head. The other folks we got to talk about that really support us are friends over at Flying Eyes. And I can tell you, my Flying Eyes are going to get a workout up at Oshkosh. You should visit them up there, by the way.
Yes.
They've got a big old booth. You can buy some sunglasses. The coolest thing about Flying Eyes, I don't know if we can get to... Let's look at my beautiful face and Cam's beautiful face. Oh, we're going to do this, we can do this in formation. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what's super cool. So I've got prescription glasses. You've got prescriptions.
Yeah.
I'm stroking out. You've got prescription glasses, And then because we need to be able to see when we fly, you want non-polarized sunglasses.
Yeah.
So you can see your instruments and things like that. And then you put the magnetic. They're not all like this, but the frames that Cam and I both have, you can put the magnetic sunglasses on it. I have different colors depending on my mood.
Yes.
Accessorize. And then the other thing that they do is they go in under your headset like this so that it feels real comfy. It keeps the seal.
Oh my goodness, it's so
we
good.
have different frames, right? Are we both wearing?
We have similar frames. You got the Luzons. I have the Otis.
Yeah. Yours look a little more refined.
They're just a little smaller. Same shape.
A little smaller. Well, my head's more gigantic, so I need to have the Luzons. But so that's our friends at Lift Aviation. We love their product. We really appreciate their help supporting National STOL. You can actually save 10% by using coupon code National STOL when you buy a pair of glasses from Flying Eyes Optics. So that's all one word, National STOL, 10% off your high-quality eyewear for aviation. So now it's over to the Cub class. Cam, who do we going to see in this heat?
All right, all the way from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, race number 176 in the Ronca Champ. Oh, got it right up here on the screen. That's going to be...
Well, Ron Hansen.
Yes, it's going to be Ron Hansen. Yep. But then in the Cub class, we're going to see race number 248.
Kirk Meese just flew.
Yep, he just flew. Race number 68, Nick Ardillo in the 2014 Cub Crafters SS from Dallas, Texas. Race number 41, Kevin Johnson in the 1952 Piper PA-18 from Canyon, Texas. Is it Canyon, Texas? Or is it just Canyon?
I think it's probably just Canyon, Texas. Canyon, Texas is probably AI's fault. There's probably some AI that got in there.
And then race number 22, Brady Bergen in the 2025 Brady Bergen PA-18 replica. So he built and customized that aircraft himself all the way from Manhattan, Kansas.
Really interesting matchup, especially if you think about Nick Ardillo, high-time pilot.
Yeah.
Flew refueling aircraft in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Then over to the airlines, flying for one of the major airlines.
One of the majors for sure.
Got a lot, tens of thousands of hours. Anyway, should we get this party started? Let's get this next heat started.
All right. From Plattsmouth, Nebraska, race number 176 in the Ronca Champ, Ron Hansen.
So we just saw this plane flown by Glenn Roberts. Now Ron Hansen, his partner in the aircraft, is at the controls. It's kind of fun to see who's the better pilot today.
Yeah,
Little competition between the two of them.
Yes, sir. I can tell you that Ron is very methodical with his flying. You can tell by the way that they maintain that aircraft. They were wrenching on it last night, and you can tell in the conversations between him and Glenn just how he sits poised, ready for action. And from Dallas, Texas, race number 68 in the Cub Crafters SS, Nick Ardillo.
So Nick is, like we said, a former Air Force pilot, flew a lot of time flying those KC-135 refueling aircraft, now flying other heavy metal by day, and a long-time National STOL competitor by night.
Oh, yes.
And I've actually had the distinct and discreet honor of flying with Nick Ardillo. He took me for a flight in that aircraft right there over Music City STOL a couple of years back, and learned a lot about the type of flying he does and how precise and particularly checklist driven.
Yes.
Makes sense coming from the Air Force and the airlines.
Oh, yeah. And from Canyon, Texas, race number 41 in the 1952 Piper PA-18, Kevin Johnson.
Lycoming 0320 on the front of this aircraft. Love the paint job. We figured out that there's a lot of Easter eggs in that paint job, right? It's got the J3 Cub lightning bolt reference. It's got the classic Supercub kind of angle, acute angle logo referenced as well. Just beautiful little references to the heritage of that aircraft. gross weight of 1,750 pounds, empty weight of 1,020. It's got the big old pistol flaps, extended gear, VGs, Behringer wheels and brakes, Acme shocks. It's got all the mods and that little belly pod on the bottom.
Yeah. And from Manhattan, Kansas, race number 22 in the 2025 Brady Bergen PA-18 replica, Brady Bergen.
Another 0320 powered aircraft. Brady, man, watch this kid fly. My favorite part about the aircraft is it's got, well, one, it's got a gun case, which adds 10, 15 horsepower,
yeah.
I think, just like makes it a little bit better, just the being there on the wing. But you can tell what people are using these airplanes for. You go hunting, go land in the backcountry, do some hunting. It also does not have a starter. He starts that with his arm.
The Armstrong starter.
The Armstrong starter,
yeah.
which is just your arms. You hand prop it. And I've seen Brady Bergen. He works out.
Yeah.
He's got good arms. So that is going to be the Cub class. Again, with Ron Hansen up at the front. And I believe Ron Hansen is going to be flying from that 150-foot back mark, and then the rest of the Cubs will probably be taking off from the actual start-finish line. So here's Ron Hansen, cheating to the north a little bit to try to get away from some of those pre-line divots. And let's look for that precision. And off about the same as where Glenn was off.
Yeah, it's going to be a close race between those two guys. Next up, Nick Ardillo coming up to the line. And you can see that tail come up with precision.
There we go. Look at that. I believe we have our first sub 100-foot takeoff today. Did I see that right? I don't want to call it. I guess I did call it. I probably got it wrong. I want to see what that was. That was short.
Yeah.
Nick Ardillo is just like a very consistent competitor.
I would say so. Kevin Johnson in that beautiful Supercub that he just finished not too long ago. He's an excellent pilot. Seen him fly at Arkansas and Bird's Backcountry Flight Festival, and he just rings out anything he's sitting in. You called it right, 96 feet for
Woo!
Nick Ardillo.
Still got it, baby.
Oh, yeah.
But Kevin Johnson with 98 feet as well.
Yeah.
Now here's Brady Bergen. Look at that thing go.
Yeah.
I think that might have been 75 feet. We're already that short.
That's crazy.
And that also, I mean, not to like bag on our vintage aircraft. We talk about like the value you can get, the money for. You don't need to, folks, unless you're competing, no one needs to take off in less than 100 feet in an airplane. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. But like if you just want to get some air under your wings, like a J3 Champ's going to do it for you at a very affordable price. You really see the difference a few decades makes.
Yeah. Seriously.
That was 63 feet on takeoff, so we're already sub 75 feet. Sodbusters STOL. We haven't even gotten to the heaviest of hitters.
But yeah, like you were saying, it's a low entry fee to get to the sandbar. I mean, if you want to do it in a Champ or in a Taylorcraft or a J3, any of those aircraft, you're going to be able to find them at really affordable prices. And Ron, good over the line. You can see him applying those brakes.
Oh, he's just sliding.
Yeah. Got it stopped well short of 300 feet.
We just heard his aircraft partner Glenn, who flew in the last heat. He said he's just gonna get better than this, and that's hard because it's gonna be hard for me. So
Yeah.
Nick Ardillo now getting ready to drop the gauntlet as the first, well, I guess second. Kirk Meese is already on the board in the Cub class.
Ooh, I couldn't tell if that was a scratch or not. Kind of looked up a little late on that one.
And they're going to be measuring from the wheel furthest from the line, so that left main wheel. Watching the replay frame by frame, I believe they're going to call that a scratch.
Yeah.
He was right on the line. So no score for Nick Ardillo that run. Kevin Johnson. Is it my favorite paint job of the weekend? It might be.
Yeah, I think so.
So this is the thing. What's your favorite, folks? You can actually vote for your favorite pilot today. You go to vote.nationalstol.com. Actually, it's nationalstol.com/vote. Maybe both. Go to one of those addresses and you can vote for your favorite pilot. Wow, that was short. So if you love what you're seeing right here with Kevin Johnson, you can go vote for him. There's a lot of different aircraft and pilots to vote for, though. And voting will close at the end of the day today. Yes, nationalstol.com/vote.nationalstol.com.
Got it. Next up, Brady Bergen. You can see him over that far tree line. And you can tell which way the wind is blowing because he's getting blown a little bit closer to the tree line. And he's correcting.
See, the gun rack helps. It's helping him track to the right. Oh, plopped it down real nice. Now just on the brakes. Doesn't even need to use that much brakes. So little energy.
My goodness.
As they taxi back, folks, we've got another way for you to get excited about aviation this weekend. If you have a child with you, or you're a child yourself, or you just feel like a kid at heart, you can head to the National STOL merch tent. Head on over there. You can participate in our paper airplane competition. Everyone can go, kids, go to the merch tent and make a paper airplane. You'll be competing after the adventure class. So you've got 5 heats of competition. That's a bit of a time to perfect your perfect paper airplane. So head over to the National STOL merch tent to be a pilot yourself today, and you'll be able to compete on our runway. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I've been a big fan of that competition, the paper airplane competition, since we started that last year. All right, looks like Ron Hansen is getting ready to ring out that champ. And like I said earlier, he's got 90 horsepower on the front end of that aircraft, and a wooden prop as well. So I'm pretty sure everyone who drove in today is driving a vehicle that has double the horsepower at least than what is on the front end of that airplane.
Want to answer a question from our internet chat right now. Panna Lumberjack is asking, is a scratch based on front wheels only or front and back? And it depends on the airplane, Lumberjack, but it's based on where the main wheels are. So in these airplanes that you're seeing right now, it's the front wheels. So the tail wheel can actually touch before the line as long as the main wheels touch after the line. You'll see some other planes today that have the big wheels in the back, and then we judge it by those wheels. So the main wheels is the differentiator.
Kevin Johnson bringing that tail up with precision.
Oh, that was very clean.
And Brady Bergen coming up to the line. Keith Lang, one of our other competitors from Alaska, he flew Brady Bergen's aircraft and said that that airplane has pretty much all the mods that he would love to see.
Yeah! Okay, that's going to be a short number. Now the pressure is on for Brady Bergen.
Yeah.
You have a takeoff like that, you got to put down a great landing.
Yeah, seriously. But
So, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
I was going to say, don't forget to vote.
Oh, dude.
.nationalstol.com. Yeah. Vote early, vote often. You can also go to nationalstol.com/fans and get some inside scoops like the one you were just explaining about Brady Bergen's plane.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It is a special bird.
One of the cool things you can do with the /fans, you can join our Patreon, and you can actually get access to listening to the Airbus frequency. Ooh, coming in hot. Felt a little fast. Maybe just a little bit of extra energy, but stopped. Whoa, Lord. Sub 250. Listen to that Airbus frequency. You can also listen then to the pilots during the competition, which is really cool. Oh, they're calling that a scratch.
What? Oh, man. All right, Nick Ardillo.
Ooh, that was right on the line as well. Going to the replay. I believe they're going to call that good.
Yeah.
There was daylight under those wheels.
All right, Kevin Johnson next. Love seeing that belly pod on the bottom of that Supercub. Just makes it look like it is ready for business.
Holding it off with throttle.
Oh, super close to the line. Let's see what's going to happen with that with this replay. Man,
that is a tough call on that one.
Oh.
They are calling that a scratch in the booth. Whoa, that was a good. That was close.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm noticing is some of these pilots are starting to do a little bit of like a dog leg approach.
Right.
They're getting over as far as they can. See, Brady's doing it now. He's letting himself settle to the left so that he can get more into the crosswind, turning it into a headwind as he gets over the line. Just trying to soak up every knot of wind he can to slow the airplane down. And look at that textbook.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Like landing on a fluffy pillow.
Yeah. Very nice 3-point landing.
And they're going to call that a scratch as well. So it was a fluffy pillow failure. One more run for the Vintage Cub and Cub class. And looking at where the scores are right now, Brady Bergen I believe that was actually a scratch, though. We may not have a clear leader yet beyond Nick Ardillo.
Yeah, that's scratches are so unfortunate. You worked so hard to have like a short takeoff, then you work the pattern, come back, have the slowest approach ever, and then scratch. Last run for Ron Hansen as we hear him introduce a little more power. He's getting ready to launch. I love watching the tail come up and the aircraft just bouncing on that gear. It's so cool.
Yesterday during practice, that little rise in the runway there from about 100 to 175 feet, we nicknamed the Ramparoo.
Yeah.
And I think later today you're going to see it actually come into play. Some airplane are going to use it to launch off. Not quite effective for the champ there.
Nope.
Here's Nick Ardillo. Nice clean takeoff for Nick Ardillo.
Next up, Kevin Johnson. See if he can best Nick Ardillo's takeoff here. Such precision with that tail rise. It looked very close to what Nick just did. It might just be a little shorter. A lot of shorter, so Nick Ardillo 93 feet on that takeoff, and Kevin Johnson 78 feet on his takeoff. Brady Bergen just doing the lifty things.
So you're doing lifty things. Do you even lift, bro? So here's the thing. Brady Bergen, folks, you just saw magic. We're sub 49 feet. Well, sorry, we're at 49 feet. We're sub 50 feet.
Oh, yeah.
On the takeoffs right now. Brady Bergen with that 49-foot takeoff on run 3 there. We did have some healthy wind helping him down the runway. Beautiful. So now Brady Bergen also, stakes are a little high, not on the board. 2 scratches. Kevin Johnson, stakes are also high for him, not on the board. The only person on the board right now in the Cup class, Nick Ardillo and Kirk Meese from the first heat. We got our first and second place sorted out. Ron Hansen.
Yeah, I mean,
251.
That's
give or take.
That's crazy with that amount of energy initially. It is a very short landing for that Cub. I mean, for that champ. Oh my goodness.
Oh, see, you're coming to the dark side, Cam. We're gonna get you in a J3 by the end of the weekend. I can feel it. You're gonna sell your champ. You're gonna come over to
Cubland.
So that's going to be a combined score of 667 for Ron Hansen. Here's Nick Ardillo yeeting it over the line.
Let's go. Sub 240 on that landing for Nick Ardillo. .228 for Nick Ardillo on that landing. Kevin Johnson on final right now. Getting that nose into the wind.
Got to get on the board. Got to hold it off. Oh, he went for it.
Come on.
The line judges were impressed. I heard a wow. But did he touch the line? Was it a triple scratch for Kevin Johnson?
Let's see, we've got the replay up. It looks like he was good.
All right, Kevin Johnson back on the board. See, anything can happen in run 3.
All right, Brady Bergen over the far tree line.
High pressure.
Oh,
High pressure moment. High pressure moment.
Don't scratch.
Just trying to dogleg it into the wind a little bit there. Get a little bit more wind on the nose. It's going to help him shorten it up, but none of this will matter if he touches before the line. Letting it balloon up, descending down. It's good.
Yeah.
He decided to give up a plane length just to get one on the board, and that is probably the right strategic choice. Oh, man. Okay, we're only in the second heat, folks. We're only in the second heat, and things are already getting bonkers. We are sub 49. I'm sub 49 feet. We are sub 50 feet. 49 is less than 50. We are sub 50-foot takeoff already. We're already down below 150 feet combined, and we're only in the second heat of the day.
This is craziness.
So we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the dramatic conclusion of the Vintage Cub and Cub class here at Sodbusters STOL 2026. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft Boac. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange Moac, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Textbook.
Sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the beast mode Moac, Colin Kaneva.
Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
I just heard them say they needed to come uncomfortably close to me. Well, you don't have to be that far away. All right, everybody, let's give it up for the Vintage Cub and the Cub class competitors. What a beautiful crowd here In Hartford, you guys it's a big crowd. You're out here in the sun. You're having a great day. Don't forget sunscreen. Don't forget water. You'll be your aviation dad today. All right, we got to talk about the scores here. First, Vintage Cub class. You guys can walk up here. It's not even that long into the day. I don't smell or anything. Come on, get right up here. All right, I am going to give you 4 scores because we have 2 aircraft partners here who are dying to know who won. And the first one I'll give you is with a combined score of 729. 4th place in Vintage Cub goes to Glenn Roberts.
Always a bridesmaid, never bride.
Always the bridesmaid. All right, with a combined score of 667. 3rd place in Vintage Cub goes to Ron Hansen.
Nicely done.
With a combined score of 538. 2nd place Vintage Cub goes to Simon. Yeah, there we go. Big round of applause. And 1st place, mainly making me happy because it was a J3 and I get to brag against Cam. Combined score of 408, Justin Coletti. What am I looking at? Oh, there he is, running over. He was like, wait, here he comes. Justin, hurry, sprint, sprint, sprint. He made it, he made it. It was a combined score of 408 in a J3 Cub. Let's give it up for Justin Coletti. Justin, real quick, now that you're out of breath from sprinting over here, how do you get so much performance out of a J3?
Balls.
Okay, great. In the Cub class, this one got close too with a combined score of 239 feet. Let's hear it for Nick Ardillo. With a combined score, it's close, 202, Kevin Johnson. And in 1st place, on the last run, after 2 scratches, with a combined score of 133 feet, let's hear it for Brady Bergen. Brady, nice job. We heard Keith Lang, kind of a consummate, legendary STOL guy, said that your plane is like perfect. It's got every mod. It's got every exact thing that he would want. 1, maybe you want to sell it to him, but 2, what's your secret to success today?
I don't know, just gotta pull back on the stick and hope you hit the line.
Love it. That's what I do every time I fly. Let's hear it for the Cub classes. We'll be back with more STOL in just a few minutes.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet, so watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
I'm Hal Stockman from Elko, Nevada, here at Hartford. And with my Badlands, I've got 300 hours on it now, so I'm getting tuned in. But what I like about it, probably the most, it flies slower and faster than my Rans. So it packs a good load, so I'm very happy with it.
All right. Dave Trine, I'm the wing builder for the Badlands Travelers. I've got one in the shop. It was supposed to be at Oshkosh this year, but I'm about 2 weeks short of having it flying. It's got a 360. I flew this for Clint over here because he's bringing the whole family. A pretty amazing airplane with the 360. You can see upwards of 130 mile an hour and then 27 mile an hour stall without slats. I chose the 360 just because of simplicity. I don't have a lot of time in this one with the 916, but with the constant speed, there's some learning to do there. Nice airplane, great airplanes. It's the easiest airplane in the world to fly, especially being a tail dragger. I think a drunk monkey could probably handle one right off the bat. I did, so that says something there.
And welcome back to Hartford Municipal Airport for Sodbusters 2026.
Yeah.
I can't
We're
believe.
gearing up, man.
I know, dude. I can't believe we're here. Like, this is year number 6 for this event.
We've been doing it forever. It's the best. And it's the best airport in the country.
Yes. Agreed.
No, that was a great show. That was a great show over in the Vintage Cub and the Cub class. And I loved Brady's answer there. How do you succeed? He said, you just pull back and, what was it, pull back and hope? I don't remember the exact language. But
hope to hit the line or hope not to hit the line. Yeah, something like that.
So really, really great work on all those pilots. We're already sub 50-foot takeoff, which is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I do think the crosswinds are kicking up pretty high, right? We've got some pilots. I kind of chat with them as I walk back to the booth, and some of them are like, woo, it's getting a little sporty there with the amount of crosswind we've got coming over the runway. That is going to be critical, Cam, for this next class, which I believe is the rookie class.
Ooh. Yeah, they're it's going to be their first time in competition with us, and they have some good windy conditions to deal with. Crosswind conditions aren't always fun, but once you've mastered them, it is, I mean, you have no other excuse to get out and fly.
There's a little bit of a learning plateau when you're becoming a pilot in terms of crosswind landings.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit of a, rub your stomach and pat your
head
type moment. And that's where a lot of people stall out in their training. They get a little discouraged. You just got to kind of fight through it and start to think about, literally just start thinking about how like the air flows, how the plane works. It's kind of where you start to really get all that understanding put together. Let's check out who's going to be flying in the rookie class. First up, race 127, Major Dibble. Second up, race 150, Clayton Wheaton. Race 750, Steven Zly. And race number 2. How do you get number 2? Oh, I don't know, maybe because it's the Garrettson Aviation connection. Race number 2, Seth Kraft from Montrose, Colorado. So we're going to see a lot of differing aircraft today, Cam, in the rookie class. These aircraft wouldn't necessarily be fighting against each other. You've got a sport plane with the Zenith. You've got an adventure class or an unlimited class airplane with the Badlands.
Yep.
You've got a backcountry aircraft in the Husky.
Absolutely.
As well. So we're seeing just a kind of a broad spectrum there. Rookie class allows people to get dip their toe in.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, your first time out here, once you win the rookie class, though, you're a rookie no more.
You can't be a rookie once you've won it. You can only hang in that class until you've won. And so actually, for instance, I was talking to Steve this morning, and he said, I was going to maybe move over to the sport class, but decided hasn't competed since this event last year, if memory serves. He said, I'm going to stay rookie class. I'm just here to have fun and put down some personal bests in the Zenith. So not going to move up to the sport class. Just going to hang in the rookie class, and that's A-OK.
That is A-OK. It's best to be safe. It's best to, know your limits and not exceed those, especially your first time out. Or it's not Steven's first time. It is
not his
first
first
time.
rodeo. Not
Right.
his first rodeo,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
But he also, flies an Airbus.
Yeah.
A little bit bigger than the Zenith.
Just a little bigger. Not by much.
Not by much. I think he could probably fly his Zenith through the engine of the Airbus he flies,
I
right?
think so, yeah.
Give or take.
It might eat the wings off, but, And they're getting lined up right now. I think we can hear some aircraft overhead as well.
Love that part of this event. Everyone's, we're just 39 nautical miles away from Oshkosh. I just checked in on a flight tracker, and there is like not a huge amount of a conga line, but there's a lot of airplanes coming in. Yesterday, once Oshkosh went VFR, a lot of airplanes decided they wanted to land at AirVenture.
Yeah, there was a wild conga line getting to Whitman Regional, indeed. And from Nacogdoches, I don't know if that's Texas or Louisiana.
It's Texas.
There we go. Thank you, sir. Race number 127 in the 2018 Kitfox 3, Major Dibble.
So Major did fly all the way up from Texas with a competitor you just saw fly, Nick Ardillo, is part of that like Texas group coming on up to Hartford and then up to Oshkosh. This Kitfox, very unique airplane, STOL airplane. Check out the control surfaces on the wings. They're called flaperons. It's actually combo. The whole thing droops for flaps, and then it still moves for aileron roll control. Rotex 912 on the front, around 80 to 100 horsepower depending on the model.
And from Buffalo, New York, in the 2000 Aviat Husky A1B, race number 150, Clayton Wheaton. I can't even speak
Clayton
right now.
Wheaton is coming at us in that Husky. It's got a Lycoming 0360 on the front. Bit heavier than the Kitfox. Wouldn't normally compete against. He's got the Goodyear 26 inches on it. Everything else is stock. And he said he really, really loves this plane. Also flies a Cessna 195.
Yeah. Talk about the sound of round for that 195. He's also my coworker. I work with him for Aero News Network, so it's good to meet him in person. And from Beaufort, South Carolina, in the 2012 Zenith 750, race number 750, Steven Zly.
So Steven was going to be competing with his son here as well, but his son's a CFI and couldn't make it off work to get here. So it's just him in this sheet metal and maroon, beautiful Zenith 750. It's got a unique engine up front. It's got a Viking aircraft engine. It produces 175 horsepower. Pretty light aircraft, 900 pounds empty, up to 1450 gross. It's actually also got a variable pitch prop. You are going to be surprised, there it is right in front of you, how loud that aircraft can get when he takes off. And so those are the three competitors in the rookie class, folks, and they can hear you in the cockpit, so you got to give them a big hoot and a holler as they pull up to the line, because let me tell you, it is not easy landing in front of a crowd of a couple thousand of your best friends from Hartford, Wisconsin. And as they get ready to go, friends, don't forget, if you've got a kid in the audience that wants to make a paper airplane for the paper airplane competition, head on over to that National STOL merch tent. They can make a paper airplane. We'll be flying those. Woo-wee!
Let's go.
Like Major's flying. They'll be flying those just after the adventure class. So that's going to be really exciting for the kids as well. Everyone gets a little prize. Got some little medals to hand out too. It's going to be pretty rad.
Major Dibble with 89 feet on that takeoff. And Clayton Wheaton on the takeoff roll right now. He's rocking one of those lift helmets that we were talking about earlier.
I think part of my new aircraft search as I shop for an airplane endlessly is to have an airplane that I will look cool in wearing a helmet.
Ooh, yes. Right? Because you won't look cool like sitting in a Cherokee with the helmet on.
I don't know. Jeff Abrams looks pretty cool. Here's
He does.
Steve Sly. Look at that. Oh, he made it over the Ramparoo. I said it yesterday. I said sometime today someone was going to have their takeoff number increased because they were going to touch back down on that ramp up on the grass, and he got the aircraft off the ground shorter, but then he was able to outclimb the old ramparoo, the Hartford ramparoo. I can't believe I called it that, the ramparoo. He got up above it, so did not add to his takeoff score. So I'm very excited, as you can tell, about that. As they come around the pattern, folks, let's check in on the scores. Clayton Wheaton with 117 feet on his takeoff. Major Dibble with 89. And Steve Zly with 119 feet. Those are pretty short numbers.
Those are really short numbers, especially like this mismatch of aircraft.
Yeah, they're all kind of tight together, even though they're very different. Here's Major Dibble now descending low below the trees. Crossman seems to be letting up a little bit. Let's see if he holds it off. Good over the line.
Yeah.
Very smooth.
Stop right in front of the booth.
Yesterday during the rookie class, another competitor did have a nose strike. And so I wonder if these rookies are going to take it a little bit easier on the braking. Like I was about to say, like I feel like Major could actually brake a little bit harder based on just watching the tail.
Oh, yeah.
Watching how the tail's staying pretty planted. But if it's my first time out, I'm not looking to prove anything that's going to have my nose end up in the dirt.
Next up, Clayton Wheaton. He's passing that far tree line.
Clayton's got the best wife. He was telling me the story about how he acquired the Husky, and their 195 had been broken for about 6 months, I think. And she sent him the listing and said, maybe we should buy this. That's a nice partner.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Already got the National STOL sticker on the nose. Getting the score in. We'll check to see if it was a scratch or not. It was close to the line.
Yeah, I mean, on his way in, he was tickling the grass. Nice. Called good.
And right now we've got a running tally of who has the best takeoffs. We'll run through that in a second. Here comes Steve Zly over the line. Good. Planted. He did have a brake failure yesterday, which he handled perfectly. We'll see if he has to deal with any brake issues today. A little bit more energy than I would expect from him on that landing. Coming in a little bit hotter. Okay, so check this out. This is what's really, really cool. Best takeoffs today. Brady Bergen up in front first with 49 feet on the takeoff. Check out where our rookies are, Cam.
Yeah.
Fourth place going to Major Dibble with 89 feet on the takeoff. And Clayton right behind him in fifth place in terms of takeoff number with 117 feet. And sixth place for Steve Zly.
Yeah, that's...
with 119. The rookies, the bottom three on the top six.
That's super cool. They're going to be really excited to see that.
All right, we're getting ready for our next run of the rookie class. Major Dibble in the Kitfox 4. Very quintessential, like early STOL home build. So it's an airplane that you'd build in your garage or in your hangar. We had epoxy and tubes and fabric.
Everyone who is a Kitfox aficionado, like they love that round cowling. There's no radio engine in that airplane, but that round cowling is highly sought after. And Clayton's getting positioned on the line, kind of cheating into the wind since we have this crosswind situation happening right now. He's trying to put that nose into the wind as much as possible.
You can see that right there on that drone shot. And he kind of used the old ramparoo as a ramparoo. That's a technical term. Someone make a Wikipedia page for ramparoo.
For the ramparoo.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's funny.
A bit of dirt on a runway in Hartford, Wisconsin. All right, Steve Zly at the line, folks. Make sure to give him a round of applause as he powers this plane up. He can hear you in the cockpit, I guarantee it. Firing up that Zenith. Look at the slats on the front. That's another little aircraft 101 thing. It's got some extra control surfaces on the front of the wing that help the air stay connected to the airfoil. And just wrenching it into the air. Steve's like, fly. Fly. No, you are going to fly. That's what the Zenith is so good about, though, is that high angle of attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, due to the way the fuselage is shaped, like you can just pull back on the stick and not worry about a tail strike whatsoever. I mean, you can drag it if you want to, but it's going to be a lot harder to do that than almost anything else that's out here. That's tricycle gear configured.
So we're waiting for the first competitor to come around that bend in the trees. There we go, turning base to final. While Major comes in on final approach, we're talking about our friends over at Behringer Aero. You know them maybe if you're part of aviation as like the brake and wheel people. We talk about ICOMs, the radio people. Behringer are the wheel and brake people. They've been manufacturing wheels and brakes in the same spirit of quality and performance for 30 years. And you can find that they're the red ones.
Yep.
They make them in other colors, but a lot of people get them in red because they want everyone to know they've got Behringer wheels and brakes. Everything from Cirrus SR-22s and Vision Jets all the way down to an airplane like this, like a Kitfox 4 could have Behringer wheels and brakes on it. So we really appreciate their support. Thank you so much, Behringer Aero. Now here's Major Dibble wrestling that wind. Good over the line, maybe gave up about a Kitfox length. Stopped just beyond 250 feet.
Yeah, 254 feet on that landing, paired with a 92-foot takeoff. He's definitely in the running there. And Clayton on final. He's also going to be wrestling that wind. You can see in the drone shot, this beautiful drone shot that was on screen.
Oh, a little short with a bounce. He's going to add some throttle to help keep it under control. He's going to actually go around there. When you start bouncing like that over and over, what can happen is you can have something called pilot-induced oscillations, where the bouncing combined with where your hand is on the controls can actually make you just bounce bigger and bigger and bigger until you break the plane. And so we're all taught to, after a couple bounces, if she's still bouncing,
yeah, just go around.
Full throttle, go around. And that was a great choice by him. Steve Zly now working in the wind off to your left. And the Zenith can fly very slow, safely. You can see he's working that big lift wing down in the wind, channeling his Airbus. Woo, big burst of power.
Yeah.
Felt like he thought he was going to be short, and he gave it a big old chunk of throttle to get it over the line. And then, of course, once you do that, you've got all that extra energy from the prop, and you need to dissipate it with your brakes. And so that's a little bit of what you saw there. Ramping that Viking engine up to full throttle there briefly.
Yeah. right, so Clayton's back on final.
Very stable looking approach.
Mm-hmm.
And so that first run, or landing run he did there, where he did the go-around, he touched the ground a whole bunch, right? So that's going to count as a scratch. So that was a safety-based go-around, which we appreciate. You can always go around. But in competitive terms, that run did not count for Clayton. So make sure to clap for these rookies as they come by. It is hard to do this in front of all of you folks. They deserve a little love from the Hartford, Wisconsin crowd as they get ready for their third and final run. Everyone's got a score on the board, and it's relatively close between Clayton and Major. Clayton's best run, combined score of 281 feet. Major Dibble, 299. Steve Zly with 369, all on their first run. And I want to just point out we've got some celebrities on the line, judging line right now. We've got Cooper the pilot is here. She's like, hey, you're talking about me. Hello. Everyone waved at Cooper. If I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Cooper, but you brought a Flugtag team to help line judge today? That's pretty cool. Red Bull Flugtag, so they're all around there. So give them a big thanks if you see them around in the pits. That's the Gravity Gurus Flugtag team, and they're here helping us out. So thanks, Cooper, for bringing your team. She's already back to business. She's like, nope, I got to go back to work. We got some takeoffs to judge. You can follow her on Instagram, Cooper the pilot. Next up, Clayton Wheaton on the line.
The power coming in. We'll see that tail come up. It's really hard to tell from this angle because it looked like he kind of used the ramparoo a little bit.
Yep.
But also at the same time, that plane looked like it was flying a little ahead of the ramparoo.
Steve Zly powering that Viking up. He's going to row that boat to glory. Oh, he touched the ramparoo that time. See? The ramparoo gives and takes. As he soars up, big climb angle there. Some questions in the chat that I want to share with the crowd here. One, Paint a Lumberjack asking, please address the pros and cons of a plane with a cowl and without one. Well, of course, in cruise flight, a cowl is going to help you a lot with your cruise speed, but it's also really critical for the cooling of your engine. When you build an airplane, you spend a lot of time making sure that the cowl is directing the cooling air in all the right places. These STOL planes, often not operating at speeds that necessitate having a cowl,
right?
And so you can actually get a little bit of a weight reduction and a little bit more drag if you want a little bit more drag from your plane to help it come down. There's a lot of pros and cons there, mostly about weight and then drag and then cooling on some engines, but I think most of the time cowl on is going to be a more uniformly cooled engine.
Yes.
Weirdly enough, even though there's nothing surrounding it.
All right, Major Dibble setting up for his last landing of the day.
Really excited to see him here. He very humble and kind young man. That was well done.
Yeah.
And we've seen this Kitfox 4 be very competitive in national STOL. This is very light. And you can put some higher horsepower engines. You can fit them on under that little cowling there. Matt Dorsum, champion from last year, flying a Kitfox 4 with some modifications, some heavy modifications.
Oh, yeah.
But the bones are there.
Clayton off in the distance. He's really flying slow out there, but he's stabilizing himself. He's got a great stabilized approach. Let's see if he can make his shortest landing of the day. Just tickling the grass out there, and it looks like that is going to be a scratch for Clayton. Touchdown well ahead of the line.
So his first run will be his best, followed by 2 scratches.
And then Steven Zly out there.
Felt like that last landing for him was a little sporty with that big dramatic application of power. He's really working in the crosswind right now. You can look at the crab angle against the crosswind. A lot of power over the line. Ooh, plopping it in. Man, he worked for that. You could hear the throttle all the way in. That means that that was an aircraft that was working to stay airborne. Really working. Look at that. Big ol' plopperoo. And then right onto that heavy nose wheel. It's a good thing that thing is designed for that sort of landing. You don't think of a nose wheel airplane as being STOL built, but the Zeniths are purpose-built for STOL as tricycle gear. He was working for that. Look at that windsock off in the distance there. We still have like very healthy crosswinds here in Hartford. The next dose of STOL is coming your way, folks. They are going to power up the Wilderness and Touring class aircraft next.
These are going to be our heavy aircraft. The Touring is going to be the heavy certificated aircraft, and the Wilderness class will be the heavy experimental airplanes.
So they are going to taxi up for us, and then we're going to be, hanging out with the heavies right after this.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet the other day. The cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
We tower Warrior Flight 1, we're holding short of 3 right for a straight up departure. Warrior Flight 1 will be the first ones out. You excited? Yeah. So now we're just waiting for the tower to release us for takeoff.
Okay.
My name is Dylan Cavender. I'm 17 years old.
I'm Kai Matavolo and I'm 14.
My name is Meyer Turchin. I'm 14. I was diagnosed with leukemia, AML.
I was 5 when I was diagnosed with leukemia.
I was diagnosed with leukemia.
My name is Ryan Melendez, and I'm the founder of Warriors with Wings. When I was 17 years old, I was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
So when Ryan took me for the first time, I thought it was just gonna be like chill, like we're just gonna fly, like nothing crazy, but it turned out to be something way crazier and so much fun.
Flying's sick, so I got to fly most of the way back until we got close to the runway. Eventually, I'd definitely be interested in getting a pilot's license or something like that. Maybe not for like a job, but just to have for fun. You just see everything. It's sick because everything's so small, but like you're only at like, we were at like 1,400 about like max. So you can still see everything because when you're in an airliner or stuff, you're really high up, you can't see much.
All right, do it yourself. Pull back. Pull back, pull back. Hard, 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 hard. Keep pulling. Push forward hard. Whee! Pretty good.
He was super excited to come and be a part of this wonderful day. I was having a blast being out here flying today. I don't think he ever really thought about flying or what that meant before. I think like the closest he came to really being in like a small plane or helicopter was on his Make-A-Wish trip, and he fell asleep in the helicopter.
Everyone's gonna get their first logbook. So there you go. And then we're gonna fill out all the airplanes you flew, and we'll get you signed off since we're all CFIs. So, and then we'll get you guys all t-shirts once we get some of those made. They'll sign you off for the airplanes they flew you in. You need to get your pilot's license, 40 hours of flight instruction, or 40 hours of flight time total. Some of that has to be with us, and then at some point you guys, once we feel like you can fly the airplane yourself, we set you free and you go off and do some hours by yourself.
It's just that easy.
It's just that easy.
Couple more days like this, you go fly an airplane by yourself, you're good to go.
You're almost there.
All right, perfect. I'll steal the pen.
And welcome back to Hartford, Wisconsin for Sodbusters 2026. We have the big heavies up next.
Big heavies coming at you. These airplanes are large and in charge. You're going to see Adam Gordon flying a 1979 Cessna 185. What a pretty bird.
Yeah.
So big. And then Rick Holman's going to be flying a 1991 Maule MXT 7-180. Flew that puppy all the way from Creswell, Oregon. That's the touring class. That's a nice one for them. They got just a little grudge match between the two of them. And then in the wilderness class, competing this run, you'll see that big, giant Backcountry Supercub boss. It's like a skyscraper with wings haunting them, stalking them, behind them. That's just so we can do a pilot swap like we did during the rookie class. While we get ready to go, I want to say thanks to, I think it's Shader You, however you pronounce your name, 5825 in the internet chat is here today, so don't come at me that I mispronounced your username. It's this great performance today, really enjoying watching in person. Also Zenith for the win, 100%. That Zenith was super dope.
Absolutely. All right, from Oakdale, Louisiana, race number 88 in the 1979 Cessna A185F. Give it up for Adam Gordon.
So Adam flew this thing all the way up from Louisiana. It's a faster airplane, so it doesn't hurt as much. It goes a little bit more quickly. The other thing I want to say about Adam is that he is actually one of our hosts. He hosts Swamp STOL, the season opener every year. He took that over from the Colonel Matt Peterson. And so he is here not only as a competitor, but also someone who helps put on these events. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Next up, from Creswell, Oregon, race number 45 in the 1991 Maule MXT 7-180. Rick Holman.
So Rick is based at where our new Oregon STOL event is going to be later this year. So we're really excited to go visit him at his home airport. This Maule, by the way, very quintessential STOL aircraft, certificated style, 180 horsepower. It's surprisingly large inside. I know it doesn't look big compared to the 185, but it is also quite large. Next up.
And next up from Manhattan, Kansas, race number 603 in the 2024 Backcountry Supercub boss, Jared Garrettson.
You're going to see Jared fly a ton today, and this is the first time. The techniques that he brings to bear are truly impressive. This airplane also truly impressive. 330 horsepower IO 540 on the front. The wing has slats. It's all flap. It is, I mean, just watch it as it comes around the bend base to final, and you're going to be like, wow, are there ailerons on that thing at all? They are. They're just small compared to all the flap. This plane took, I would almost say this plane is the reason the wilderness class exists.
I agree. After seeing it perform its first year that it was on the circuit, like, yeah, we had to do something different.
Not even, I mean, the heavy experimentals, you're going to see John McCardle fly a Bearhawk 5 a little bit later as well. These new heavy experimental designs just necessitated the need of a wilderness class. They're just not competitive, and you'll see why as we compare it to these first two airplanes. But they're not competing against him, they're just flying with him. Adam Gordon on the roll now, full throttle. Nice and short. That plane is massive.
It's huge.
It's hard. I mean, in terms of general aviation, the 185 is like one of the largest. 195, I think, sits a bit bigger.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah.
This airplane, between all the airplane and all this stuff, it's something that pilots call gross weight. 3,525 pounds compared to the Maule on the roll. 2,500 pounds. Whoop, a little bit of a hang on that left wheel there, still on the ground. So that's insane, right? I was just saying how the Maule is no slouch. The 185 can hold 1,000 more pounds of weight. That's a lot of weight.
That is a lot of weight.
That's like 4 people, man. Four Wisconsinites.
And all the cheese, too.
That's why it's 4 Wisconsinites. All right, Jared Garrettson in the Backcountry Supercub boss. Pulled a little early, but Jared's going to totally dial that in.
Yeah, that left main wanted to hug the ground just a little bit longer.
I think we're going to see a lot of that, Cam, because we still have that heavy crosswind from the right.
Yeah, so you will see that right wing come up a lot more often than what you would if it was just a headwind.
So we could do a little. I'm not an instructor, but we'll do a little crosswind 101. So what's happening right now is the wind is coming from the right, almost exclusively from the right. Actually, it's almost a fully direct crosswind. And we're at around 12 knots, almost 13 knots steady, and we're gusting up to almost 18 knots. A lot of aircraft having to put some power in to get it over the line there. And you could see him deal with it too. Adam Gordon was dealing with that crosswind. A lot of aircraft have what's called a max demonstrated crosswind of 15 knots, like the Cessna 172 that I fly. Max demonstrated. You can land it with more. I've landed it with more, but the test pilot said, here's 15 knots. She's good. She's good up to 15 knots. And so we're right at that edge now where that crosswind can really start to be an issue. The more of it that's on the nose, the less applicable that number becomes. It's a component. You subtract, the more on the nose, the less on your wing. You can actually calculate that as a pilot to make sure that you're not out of spec. So if you have 20 knots on the nose from a certain angle, you might still have 15 knots of crosswind. Rick Holman now settling in the Maule.
and this is one of what you like to say, your quintessential backcountry aircraft, the Maule. And Rick's going to show us how.
Oh, just slide.
Yeah.
I love it when they put the little bit of tape on the tires, and that's also to help the judges know on takeoff when the airplane leaves the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But it helps us on landing too, because it's just fun to see that those tires aren't spinning. Now, Jared Garrettson lumbering into the wind. I've said before that this airplane shovels the air out of the way. It beats the air into submission. Jared's going to let himself get pushed a little bit to the left to try to get more of that wind on the nose of his aircraft. Now he's going to settle it down. A big burst of power.
Yeah.
And he did himself a favor. That was dramatic, but you heard those little bit of bursts of power at the end. That's mostly to help cushion the landing. You want to just keep the airplane flying just right so you don't come in too hard on the nose and on the gear.
145 feet for that landing for Jared Garrettson, combined total of 252.
Very challenging conditions continuing to develop here in Hartford.
Yeah, the wind is not letting up by any means.
Well, they get ready to get on the line. You're going to see a lot of tail wheel action. And we're going to talk about one of our sponsors, Tundra Tail Wheel. If you're fed up with tail wheel shimmy, it's not supposed to shimmy shake. If you're fed up with that, you're looking for a sleeker design, added security of a locking tail wheel, proudly made in America, Tundra Tail Wheels deliver exactly what you need. Compatible with Leaf Spring, T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspensions. You can upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com. Adam Gordon pouring on the coals. Big old rudder.
Yeah, just accelerating into the distance. You can see him just getting after it.
Rick Holman now not afraid to use the tail of this aircraft as a makeshift tail wheel. Wasn't quite ready to fly when it first came off the ground. I think it would have had been if it not for the ramparoo.
Mm-hmm.
That little ramp in the runway there.
And Jared Garrettson on the line right now, the Backcountry Supercub boss. It is coming alive as the tail is rising. And that's the first we've seen him actually use the ramparoo.
It did hit it. He
Yeah.
hit it. He got off the ground with it.
He pulled the stick a little too early and then had to launch.
By the way, I want everyone to know that our broadcast director, sent us a list of banned words, and ramparoo is on the list of banned words. So I don't know if we have to pay it's like a swear jar thing. We
Yeah,
need to
5
put
cents.
5 cents, that's it. If I was $5. Well, they're coming around the pattern, folks. They're all on downwind behind us there. We want to say hi to our friend Floxtrot in the chat. Floxtrot came to see the STOL part of National STOL. There's an electronic flight sim version of this that all of you could participate in if you want. You can compete with a global crowd of competitors. And Floxtrot flew our sim with us at FS Expos in the chat right now. Here's Adam Gordon. Big power, big bounce, big bounce, big bounce. He's going to ride it out, though. Buck and Bronco style.
Woo!
He got that one under control, but he was a passenger for a minute there, I think. Well done keeping it under control. He had to carry a lot of energy, I think, due to the crosswind and the gust components here. By the way, Foxtrot, when are you gonna join us in STOL, Foxtrot? You gotta come out and do that. That's a thing that we can do to help get our aviation passion all together. You go to nationalstol.com/chat.
Join the Discord.
More. Yeah, join that Discord and be part of that team. Big gusts now coming through. Look, heavy right wing down for Rick Holman. I think the nose wheel configuration for him is helping him a little bit get stopped under these conditions. Also in the chat, Earth Science Teacher says, my wife has been gone for a week and will be home soon. I'm supposed to be cleaning the house, but I'm too busy watching this lol. I will write a doctor's note. I'm not a doctor, but I am willing to write you a doctor's note. You had to do your therapy, Earth Sci Teach.
Yes.
You get a little therapy in. Jared Garrettson stalking in. Such a big, beautiful bird. We were talking about the way that Jared flies. He really likes to get it back behind the power curve, using all the thrust and wing, every little ounce of lift that wing can make. And then we were talking last night with some of the pilots. They said, Jared really uses the rudder. He can get that deep into that pre-stall regime because he's so comfortable using the rudder versus the ailerons. And the way he's using them, I was taught like tap, 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 tap. Like you're just tapping on the rudder pedals to keep the airplane going straight in a tail dragger. He's not even tapping. He's just applying and removing his foot. He's not pushing. He's just resting his foot on it and removing it. And that's enough for him to modulate the rudder of these aircraft. And I thought that was really, really, really cool. TSMNGT with the super chat for the Ramparoo Fund. Thanks. Now, but you have to add another 5 because I just said it again. But thank you. Thank you for funding our banned words. Our banned words jar, National STOL. Adam Gordon on the roll. Put some heat on it.
Yeah.
Right off that ramp in the turf. I believe it's fair to say that Adam Gordon is fearless.
I think he is fearless. Rick Holman next. I haven't been looking. Is Theodore in the cockpit with Rick?
I don't know.
Theodore, the skeleton, sitting right seat. He is.
Oh, that was great. Right off the you-know-what. Just launched right into the air.
And Jared Garrettson up next. Pushing that throttle in. That tail's coming up now. I just love seeing those flaps come down. They're so huge.
That plane is just so amazingly built. Master craftsman Kyle Bushman, part of the team that pulls that thing together. They're working on a new wing for it too.
Yeah, that's
to make it even slower and faster. Just expand the envelope of performance. Now, between Adam and Rick in the touring class, they're within about 70-ish feet of each other right now. I'm not going to reveal which one's which. A lot of pressure on Adam Gordon to get one down and stopped, and after that last one, he's going to play it a little more conservatively. I think the wind helped him out on that. It wasn't as aggressive from his right. That's going to be a nice, respectable combined number. He is going to combine that with 173 feet, and it was about 250 feet on the landing, give or take. And I was way wrong. They're saying 303. So he's going to have a combined score of 476. That's going to improve his numbers significantly. So Rick Holman now settling down into the pocket. Trying to make it as stable as possible, carrying a little bit of extra speed. More than he'd like, for sure. But that was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely textbook from Rick Holman. Just looking great out there. And Jared Garrettson way out there. Just flying as slow as he can.
The fact that an airplane this large can fly that slow is brain-breaking.
I mean, it really just looks like it is in slow motion with just about everything that airplane does. So nice stiff crosswind, nice gust right now, and Jared is cheating into it.
Look at that!
Let's go.
So this is so critical for Jared, right? Because he's now going to hand the controls of this airplane over to Brandon Korn.
Yeah.
Who's going to fly the same thing. You see power down right on the runway so that Brandon can get in and fly it. His numbers need to stand against the next heat.
Yeah, and Brandon Korn is no stranger to the winner's circle.
No, champion.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see, I mean, neck and neck performance from Brandon and compared to Jared. I mean, you can see him right now. They're just kind of conversing on the runway. Probably talking about conditions out there. Getting a little, getting a pie rep.
That's also nice. If it were me, I don't know if I'd be so forthcoming. Let's talk about our friends who help make this possible. It takes a village. It takes a city to put on something like this, literally. And let's talk about our national sponsors. First, our friends at Clemens Insurance. Behringer Aero. Flying Eyes. Legend Aircraft. ICOM. Aero Endeavors Skytrax. Garrettson Aviation. Lift Aviation USA. Badlands STOL Aircraft. Moza Racing. EarthX Batteries. Tundra Tailwheels. iFly EFB. And then prize considerations this year are provided by Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance and Red Tag Art. So Brandon's getting settled in. power up the Boss. We talked a little bit about how it takes a village, takes a city. Obviously, big thanks to our friends at the city of Hartford, Wisconsin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Helping this come together for us. And, of course, Kylie's Cub Air Flight for hosting us this weekend, this year. And obviously, we've talked a little bit about how this place is special to me. I learned to fly here, soloed over on runway 18 in a yellow J3 Cub 70186. And around that time, we were hosting the 75th anniversary of the Piper Cub, and we had, I don't remember how many Piper Cubs here, hundreds?
That's
J3
cool.
Piper Cubs sitting right here where we're sitting right now, like in the grass, parked everywhere. It was a truly amazing weekend. And so this is hallowed ground for me a little bit. But big thanks to Steve and everybody for making this possible. Now it's Cam. You want to walk us through who's coming up in the wilderness class?
Yeah, we got race number 10, John McCardle. We got race number 30, Brandon Korn. And race number 260, Luke Strandlund. And that aircraft, Luke Strandlund's aircraft, supposedly has over 600 horsepower. And they've named it the Sonic Rebel.
Oh, they took a little bit of our name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
we've been calling it the Sonic Weapon.
Yes.
Sonic Rebel. I like that.
Sonic Rebel. All right. From Omaha, Nebraska, in the 2025 Bearhawk 5, race number 10, give it up for John McCardle.
John earned his pilot's license back in May of 2022 and was already flying STOL comps by May of 2023. He's got over 450 flight hours and combines his passion for backcountry flying with hunting. Operates this aircraft out of airport near his home. And you can actually check him out. He's on Instagram. He's doing lots of cool stuff, flying and hunting adventures. Fly to field to fork. So literally, you fly to the field, you hunt, you get the animal,
yep,
and then you put it on your fork. It's the whole thing right there. That's John McCardle. Watch the way he flies. Very physical in the cockpit. He's very kinetic in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah. Up next from Gause, Texas, in the 2024 Backcountry Supercub Boss, race number 30, Brandon Korn.
Brandon Korn used to be a competitor in a touring class Cessna 205, and it was the prettiest 205 you'd ever see because Brandon Korn and his family own a paint shop, a detailing and paint shop for vehicles, and he flew all the way from Texas for this competition, and former champion in the touring class, now fighting it out in the wilderness class.
Okay. And from Mora, Minnesota, in the 2009 Murphy SuperRebel, race number 260, Luke Strandlund.
Luke Strandlund actually got his start in dirt track racing. He transitioned from that to flying in 2014. He's been flying this SuperRebel since 2023. He owns a structural sheet and metal fabrication company up in Minnesota. This airplane has had over 1,000 hours spent being upgraded. New shocks, new gear, new avionics, new engine. You heard it here, over 600 horsepower. That is one, folks, just as a warning, one to plug your ears when he powers it up. It is a loud airplane. It's got twin turbos in it, liquid cooled. It's methanol injected.
Jeez.
It's also got a reversible pitch propeller to help it stop. It is modded to the extreme. 583 cubic inch motor on the front. If you're a horsepower person, you're gonna love Luke Strandlund's plane. So, Jared Garrettson already on the board in the Wilderness class with a combined score of 204. That is the score to beat as we head into the experimental heavies.
Let's go. John McCardle.
John McCardle's plane, Lycoming 580 on the front. 400 horsepower. It's actually more than the Backcountry Supercub Boss with 330 horsepower on the nose. But the wing makes a difference.
Absolutely.
Drop those flappies. All that that massive burst of lift.
Definitely some large flappies on that airplane. Already throwing down crazy numbers in the Backcountry Supercub Boss.
Grabbing into that crosswind. She is blowing just off the ground. Don Mickey in the chat, one of our touring class competitors, saying hello. Wishes he could be here. We wish you'd be here too. And it looks like John McCardle is on final approach now. While he comes in, I want to talk about our friends over at Moza Flight. We talked about eSTOL before. Moza Flight comes to us as part of National eSTOL, where you can compete against everyone digitally. Moza Flight makes forced feedback yoke and sticks that simulate air resistance, turbulence, G-forces to help you feel what the airplane is doing. That's pretty cool to have that at home. It's rare for flight sim gear and usually very expensive. Check out Moza Flight. McCardle dropping it in. Now heavy on the brakes, getting it stopped. I mean, look how big that airplane is. I think you could camp in the back.
I mean, it looks like you could definitely set up a small tent and a sleeping bag back there.
I feel like there's an influencer couple right now that has built a Bearhawk 5 and turned it into an actual camper with like cabinetry and things.
Oh, yeah.
And someone said to them on chat, like internet chat, they're like, well, like what about all the weight that adds? And they're like, this thing's a beast, man. It doesn't matter. Like,
yeah, who cares?
Brandon Korn now is settling in down and to your left. Those inboard control surfaces, look at all those flaps. Really helping him slow down and get the nose up. That definitely deserves a round of applause. I heard some applause in the crowd. That was a textbook landing by Brandon Korn in the Backcountry Supercub Boss.
Yeah, so Brandon and Jared just make the landings arguably anticlimactic, right? Like you're watching it come in and you're waiting for it. They get across the line and it's just such a pillowy, soft landing. Like it doesn't jostle them at all. It doesn't look like strenuous at any point.
I also think it's worth pointing out that Brandon Korn is a relatively new tailwheel pilot, and he's got that thing locked in. Now, Luke Strandlund on your left. And the reverse pitch roars! That made the coolest sound of the day.
Oh,
baby.
yes.
Oh, my goodness. I love it. What a plane.
It is a beast of a machine for sure.
If you're watching online right now, folks, I'm going to do the classic, like, YouTuber thing. Be sure to hit subscribe. You got to smash that thumbs up. Share it if you're liking what you see. We'd love that. Really helps people see this. What's really cool about the YouTube stream in particular is that the more people that watch it, the more YouTube is willing to serve it to people, and we are recruiting new fans of aviation and general aviation all over the world every time we do this. I think we had some people pop in last time when we were in Missouri. They were in Brazil, and they're like, I have no idea what this is, but it is amazing. They were really into it. So everything you can do to help us share our passion and your passion with the rest of the world, we love it. Don McCardle spooling it up. All the coals in the fire.
That was wild. He was definitely looking for pennies at, I mean, like, that tail was coming up pretty high.
Brandon Korn getting ready to pop.
I see what you did there.
He's putting it in the microwave. And he's off! That was some movie-style popcorn right there.
That really is.
Heavily buttered takeoff. Absolutely delicious. Nigel in the chat saying, love this, what fantastic birds and pilots. Luke Strandlund in the Sonic Rebel. Kind of makes the hairs of my arms stand up a little bit.
I will never get used to the sound of that airplane. It just cuts through you.
Going over to the takeoff scores, at this point in his runs, Jerry Gerritsen had a 164-foot takeoff. We're seeing shorter numbers by Brandon, John, and Luke right now. Brandon Korn with a 100-foot takeoff. He was sub 100 on his first one, actually, which is immense in that airplane.
Yeah.
Actually, Brandon Korn took off shorter than Jerry Gerritsen did at all. Jerry Gerritsen's shortest takeoff was 105.
Yeah. Brandon's popping 100s and 98s. All right. John McCardle getting it stopped nice and short.
Go 162.
And Brandon Korn in the distance, stabilizing his approach. It's just showing off those flaps. They're so huge on the
Careful, you ready for Foxtrot Heat to start engines? Foxtrot Heat, there's going to be a podium after this group here, so start accordingly. You have some time. Okay, I'll wait 5 minutes.
And there is Brandon Korn down in lock. You can hear some of the Airboss frequencies.
Echo 2, 154.
And the scores being read back. Very cool. This is just a little taste of what you can get if you go to nationalstol.com/fans. You could be listening to this the whole time. I love hearing that, actually.
Oh, yeah, it's really cool.
We don't normally get to hear that. It's very exciting.
I've never heard it at all, even before I started announcing with you.
Here comes Luke Strandlund. Sonic Rebel. Burst of power. Big burst of power. He's going to be sailing down the runway now. Sending the judges running. Had to do it to try to get over the line.
Taxi back.
you
it seemed
so
like
much.
you needed
And
that
man,
little
what a
extra goose
big
of
gust
power there
coming
at the
down
end,
through
Luke.
Hartford
Otherwise,
right
you
now.
would have probably scratched.
Yeah, and then that killed my beta, but it is what it is.
Echo 3, 262.
So things are shuffling around right now in the wilderness class. So far, Jerry Garrettson's combined score is holding out.
This being the third round and podiums to follow, Luke, you'll just stop and stay on the runway when you get here.
Sounds good.
The other two, you can make your right turns over to the taxiway as normal.
All right, so you just heard
Echo
that
1, go.
on the Air Boss frequency. This is the last laps.
Wind currently just short of 10 knots at 310. And John McCardle working hard in the cockpit. Woo. Next up, Brandon
Echo
Gordon.
1, 109. Echo 2, go.
Very clean takeoff by Brandon Korn. And it's time for Luke Strandlund's last run of
96.
Sodbusters.
His wife Jill in the chat saying, "Let's go, Sonic Rebel."
Echo 3, go.
I know I can't say it, but he definitely used that thing in the middle of the runway.
He did.
It helped him into the air. The other thing I think is cool about watching Luke
167.
take off, he gets that tail up and then he's holding there because he's got those twin turbos, right? So he's trying to get those spooled up, make sure they're making all the boost they can, and then he's launching, which is just, I don't know, it's the like nerd in me really enjoys that.
Oh yeah, all day. John McCardle. You can see the rudder working behind the aircraft. Just trying to keep that directional control. Ooh, very nice. Over the line.
I feel like he's letting it roll out, but I don't think he should have. I think he should have hit the brakes on that one because I think it maybe was good.
I don't think it was a scratch.
And that is going to remove him from the running of most
Hold up right there, John.
He ran it out. He let it roll out instead of stopping. Now he's not going to be considered for the most consistent pilot of Sodbusters.
Oh.
And actually, if you're not in running for most consistent, you're also not in the running for grand champion. So that's hard for John McCardle right there. Ooh, Brandon Korn getting sporty off to the left. There we go. Back under control, nice and stable. Oh, very well done. He's got to get it stopped now, Brandon. Nice. Was that good? Let's go to the replay.
Was that a scratch?
Oh, that was good over the line. Look at that.
150.
We may see some differing scores
You'll be coming
here.
back this way, Brandon, on the back taxi, so wherever you can clear up there.
And off in the distance, the Sonic Rebel. Just hanging it out there. And he's getting that directional control under control right now.
She's loud. Woo-hoo!
Okay, Luke, just make a 180.
And that is why we call it the Sonic Rebel,
Come back
folks.
this way. Make another
We are
right
going to
turn.
take a short break to get these aircraft lined up. We're going to find out who won the rookie class, who won the touring class, and who won the wilderness class right after this.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and then they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sodbusters 2026. My name's Ryan Dabrowski. I hope you guys are having fun. You remember to staying hydrated? Let's give a cheer for hydration, for water. Anybody? All right, there's like one guy who's like, I drink my water. That's right. You guys are a great crowd. I hope you're staying cool today, taking care of yourselves. We have a couple classes we got to catch up on. I don't see him out here, but I need a round of applause for the rookie class, please. It is hard to fly in front of a crowd of people for the first time. I think almost everyone here was a rookie at one point. Everyone has a first time at National STOL. To give you the results of the rookie class, in third place with a combined score of 369 was Steve Zly in that Zenith. With a combined score of 281 was Clayton Wheaton in that Husky. And rookie no more, with a combined score of 273, was Major Dibble in the Kitfox. I got some fans of Major in the crowd there. That is awesome. Next up, you saw all these gentlemen fly, the heavies. And we'll go to the touring class. In second place, with a combined score of 476, let's hear for Adam Gordon. And in first place in the Maule with a combined score of 414, Rick Holman, everybody. Rick, it's a hard thing to fight 185 in a Maule, but you did it. What were the conditions like out there for you today?
It was fun. It was a lot more fun when Theodore stopped screaming, but it was good.
So now for the people who don't know, who's Theodore?
Theodore is my skeleton. He's my co-pilot, rides with me, second soul on board.
Very funny. He screamed a little bit today.
It might have been me.
Might have been you. All right, let's give it up for Rick Holman, everybody. And then on the experimental side of the heavies, what a fight. In third place, with a combined score of 268 feet, let's hear for John McCardle. And then flying the same aircraft, it was pretty close, you guys. With a combined score of 217 feet, Brandon Korn. Nice hat, Brandon. And then with a combined score of 204 feet, Jared Garrettson. Jared, as you guys were walking up, I heard someone say, hey, Jared, I think you won, and you said not for lack of trying. Was it difficult out there for even you today?
Oh yeah, I was working hard on that airplane today. These conditions are a little bit challenging and a lot of fun to compete in.
Would you have any advice for the people coming after you in the next classes?
I would say stay conservative. It's a little sporty out there.
That's what we hear every year at Hartford for Sodbusters. Round of applause for Jared and the Wilderness class. We will be back with more STOL flying soon. Next up, Adventure and Backcountry classes, followed by Sport and Unlimited.
All right. Cool. Me too.
And welcome back to Sodbusters 2026 at Hartford, Wisconsin. We just wrapped up the adventure class, the wilderness class. I'm sorry, we didn't wrap up the adventure class, but we wrapped up the wilderness and touring classes. And man, it has been some awesome flying so far. I'm super excited for what's about to come up next with all the adventure class aircraft that we're going to see. Everything's going to be more modded and just start to get lighter and a lot more horsepower.
Things are going to heat up even more. And what's very interesting, we talked about Sodbusters as this place. You heard from Jared Garrettson, arguably one of the top pilots. Don't let him hear me say this, but arguably one of the top pilots in National STOL right now. He flies across multiple classes, and he said it is really difficult out there today. He advised his fellow competitors in the future classes, this adventure class, sport class, backcountry, and unlimited. He advised them to play it a little more conservatively today. You've got a lot of crosswind from the right. You got a big tree line you got to stay out of.
Yeah.
it's definitely difficult conditions here at Sodbusters today. And so it's also, though, you heard him say, it's fun. It's fun to push, and grow as a pilot, use that proficiency for something. And so really excited to see what happens next. And like Cam mentioned, adventure class coming up next, airplanes getting more powerful, more modded. This adventure class in particular is half Badlands aircraft. And the Badlands Traveler is an airplane, and the Vaquero after it, that have totally increased innovation in STOL competitions. And you're going to see them fly against some more classic airplanes like this first airplane, 82. Eric Massey at the controls of a 2022 Cub Crafters FX3. Eric Harema in a 2025 Backcountry SQ2. You're also going to see number 1, Micah Lindstrom in a 2026 Micah Lindstrom built Badlands Vaquero. Keith Lang is going to be flying Brady Bergen's 2025 PA-18 replica. Mike Babcock is going to show up in his 2025 Badlands Traveler. And Tanner McIntyre will be flying the 2025 Badlands Traveler. He's from Lincoln, Nebraska. But wait, there's more.
Ooh.
Last but certainly not least, Clint Busenitz, who's the guy behind that aircraft. He's going to be flying a 2025 Badlands Traveler as well. And so the adventure class is 7 pilots deep right now.
All the way from Anchorage, Alaska, race number 82 in the 2022 Cub Crafters FX3, Eric Massey.
So let's give it up for Eric Massey, folks. That Lycoming IO360 on the front, the FX3, a build assist Cub with all the bells and whistles. It is truly something to behold. Beautiful airplane, 31-inch bush wheels on the front. Everything else about it is stock.
And hailing from Mora, Minnesota, in the 2026 Micah Lindstrom Badlands Vaquero, race number 1, Micah Lindstrom.
How did he get race number 1? I don't know. Micah Lindstrom, though, if you recognize his name, it's because a few years ago he was part of the backcountry class and the touring class back then in the Cessna 170 Bravo that he owned. He had sold that aircraft now, built this purpose-built STOL competitive plane, 0340 on the front. We asked all the pilots what mods they have on their airplanes, and he typed in, "She bone stock." And I would like to preface that it's as bone stock as a scratch-built, purpose-built STOL airplane can be.
Up next from Wasilla, Alaska, in the 2025 Brady Bergen PA-18 replica, race number 50, Keith Lang.
Keith Lang, also coming in from Alaska, also has some Wisconsin heritage in him. Grew up around these parts, so he's definitely one of your Wisconsin boys you can root for. Keith Lang does a lot of work with these aircraft in the backcountry of Alaska. He's actually using them for conservation work up there and various work with wildlife up there. And so it's going to be really interesting, I think, to see Keith use Brady's aircraft. You heard him saying, I talked to Brady about it during his post-win interview. Keith says this is the perfect airplane. So what is Keith Lang going to do now that Brady's handed him the keys to the perfect airplane?
Oh, yes.
Folks, now's a good time to go make that paper airplane if you want to take part in our paper airplane competition. It's going to happen after this class. We have 2 heats of the adventure class, and after that, we will be doing the paper airplane competition. So if you're a kid who wants to make a paper airplane, head over to that National STOL merch tent, and you can start folding some paper. We're going to make, I'm guessing you have to throw it downwind today, given how hardcore the wind is. And we are gearing up for the adventure class. Eric Massey is going to get things started for us in this FX3.
All right, here we go with the tail coming up for Eric Massey.
Actually felt like the wind died off on him just briefly there. It's not consistent, right? I think you guys in the crowd here at Hartford can feel it. Like there's a base level of wind, but it's definitely gusting around. It's not as consistent as the pilots would like for super short numbers. Our windsocks are almost fully extended. Standard windsock, when it's fully out, when the tail is all the way up, that's 15 knots. And we're like flirting with 15 knots right now.
Looks like Micah might have overshot the line. And the ridiculous numbers begin to appear. Micah just making that brand new Badlands Vaquero do what it does best.
It is so good to have Micah back on the circuit.
Man, I've missed him a lot in the past couple seasons. Keith Lane getting ready.
Okay. I think he likes flying it.
I think he does.
I would love to see, maybe the folks in the broadcast booth can bring up that best takeoffs of the day graphic. I want to see where we start to land, no pun intended, as these adventure class aircraft compete.
So Eric Massey, 99 feet on his takeoff. Micah Lindstrom, 51 feet on his takeoff.
Oh boy.
It's crazy. And then Keith Lang, 72 feet.
So a nice spread amongst the three of them.
All sub 100 too. Eric is taking advantage of that dog leg approach. Get his nose into the wind.
Ooh, dropping it down.
Yes. I can't tell if he scratched or not. Let's look at the replay.
Frame by frame. I think good over the line. I don't know if you could have been any closer.
Yeah, that was super close. That's awesome. He's going to really enjoy seeing that. He gets out of the cockpit.
So that's a great first entry into the scorebook for Eric Massey. Combined score of 224.
Michael Lindstrom is way over the line. Looking good from my angle. I can't tell if that was sub 75 or not, but it's going to be short. "86 feet on that landing.
Keith Lang working in the wind. He was issued a warning for a box violation. He was too far right of the competitive box. See if he cleans that up on the next run. Far short for Keith Lang on that one, so that will be a scratch for him. By the way, I liked Brandon's hat so much. Maybe you also like Brandon Corn's hat. You can actually buy those over at the merch booth. So not only can you go build your paper airplane, you can also go grab yourself a big, cool National STOL hat or one of the series shirts.
So build your National STOL clothing collection and then an airplane.
Or maybe you need to build your National STOL clothing collection to wear while you build your airplane.
Ooh, I like that. All right, we're getting geared up for run number 2 of the first heat for the adventure class. Already seeing super impressive numbers. Right now, Michael Lindstrom at 137 combined total, Eric Massey at 224, and Keith Lang yet to be on the board due to a scratch just moments ago. And we are getting blasted by the wind right
it's
now.
getting sporty.
It is getting sporty.
It's starting to blow some of the field behind the crowd is starting to give up some of its vegetation.
Oh, yes.
It's getting hard enough here. The feather flags are going nuts.
And Eric Massey applying power. We'll see those flaps come down. And not quite. I mean, despite this crazy gust that we have right now, that plane was not ready to fly when he was.
Yeah, it is blowing. It is getting what I would call aeronautical out there. It is getting sporty for these guys.
For sure. Woo! That tail just jumped up from Michael Lindstrom. Next up. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead,
I was
sir.
going to say Keith Lang. Keith Lang's up on the line. Now, he did scratch on that last run, but he didn't activate the gun case.
Oh.
He didn't flip the gun case switch to get that extra 15 horsepower. I think that's probably why. So we'll see it all dialed in at this run, I'm sure.
Excellent takeoff from Keith Lang.
Want to go over to the chat right now. Oliver's Aviation 1 is asking, is there another batch of airplanes after this? Yes. So there's so many airplanes. So many airplanes, Oliver. We have another heat of this class, the adventure class. We also have the backcountry class, which is Cessnas and Aviat Huskies. And then we have the sport class, Kitfoxes, Zeniths, Highlanders. And then we hop, I'm just thinking about the grasshopper. We grasshop over to the unlimited class, where you're going to see some truly insane numbers. Here's Eric Massey now low over the grass. Little burst of power to try to just give a little more energy over the line. Not sure it was enough. I'm seeing a scratch by the headline judge.
Oh, man.
Michael Lindstrom's takeoff this time not as short as his first. Currently with a combined score of 137 in the books. 51-foot takeoff, 86-foot landing. He's just coming in now, low and to your left, working that right wing down in the crosswind. Fell out from under him, but I think it was probably good. I'm seeing scratch on the board already. Maybe it dropped out just a little too soon for him. Let's go to the replay. Oh, yeah, healthily in front of the line. just wishful thinking, I guess, for me. So that's going to be 2 scratches this run for the adventure class. Next up, Keith Lang. Fighting through that wind.
Yep.
And I believe that's going to be too short for him as well. So another scratch for Keith Lang. You have to have a little bit of empathy for Keith Lang, though. It's not like you don't get to know when you're borrowing a plane. You don't know it exactly, and every plane is a little different. Even in the same model family, right? The flight school here at Cub Air takes very good care of their aircraft, their J3 Cubs. But when I would fly one, I had a favorite. Right? There's like just one that I liked better than the others because it was rigged the way I liked it, right? And so I think that's part of it for Keith right now, is he's still getting used to this plane.
Yeah, and also there's just different grades across the field right now. Like we've got the ramp in front of us. It's got a divot in front of it, and then on approach, like on the approach end of the runway, it's up and down. There's some bumps that are there. So I mean, if you keep it too low to the ground, you are going to end up touching if you're not cognizant of where your aircraft is in space.
Eric's on the roll now. Tail up, tail down. Hold at the exactly perfect time. That airplane was exactly ready to fly.
And Michael Lindstrom now on the line. He's going to awaken the Vaquero. Nice. Tail up, tail down real quick for Michael Lindstrom. I think that's going to be an impressive number that he's going to love for this takeoff.
Now let's see what Keith Lang can do here. His best takeoff, 72 feet. I mean, that's shorter than my driveway.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
That was really well
done. Agreed. He did that textbook Supercub takeoff. And we've got Eric on base right now. He's going to be making his turn to final. And there he goes, making that left-hand turn.
Something very relaxing sometimes about this part of the STOL comps, right? Watching these, it's like, this is what I dream of, right? Like flying a Cub. Maybe you got your Legend Cub or a Cub Crafters like this. You're coming in. And then this part gets exciting.
Yeah. It's definitely gear maxing. That Carbon Cub is definitely, like, you could see that bouncing, see it settle in.
Yeah, watch it right here on the replay. I think right on the line. It's going to be called a scratch, but yeah, gear maxing for sure.
Yeah. All right, and that crosswind is picking up.
It's just unrelenting.
Yes.
An unrelenting crosswind right now as Michael Lindstrom comes in. And notice he pulled the flaps. Oop, hold it. There we go, Micah. Well controlled. He actually ditched the flaps a few feet off the ground.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't catch that.
To get it to descend, kill that lift, you actually want the airplane to plop down accurately, so he's removing lift so the plane will descend more. Watch it right here on the replay. Oh, no, we got Keith Lang now coming in. Tail coming down, plopping her down on those big, fat tires.
Yeah, he did the similar technique, getting rid of the flaps before they touch the ground, before his tires touch the ground.
And so that is going to be the first heat of Adventure Class in the books. Lots of challenging conditions, you can tell, because we have so many pilots scratching right now. Just really hard to hit that line so precisely. I mean, and also, I want to give credit where credit's due. To become a pilot, I think you only need to, hit 100 feet? You need to be 100-foot accurate? 500 feet? It's a lot, and we're dealing with much smaller type areas right now. Okay, we got to talk about a couple friends that make this happen. I talked about Legend Aircraft. Let's go back to Keith Lang here for a second. Yeah, watching that on the replay. Beautiful. They said on the field that it was a scratch, and race control is going frame by frame because they believe it is probably good. Yeah, good over the line there for Keith Lang on that last one. So we talked about all the folks that make this happen. We got to talk about our friends at Legend Aircraft. They are currently flying in a Legend squadron up from Texas to Oshkosh. You could go visit them at their booth in Oshkosh. They continue to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft today. It's modern Legends that have been flown, those who've flown them consider the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. The Legend Cub is an all-new factory-built aircraft designed in the spirit of the legendary Piper J3, PA-11, and PA-18 Super Cubs, combines the best from the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. American Legend Aircraft Company has engineered in all the safety, effort, and convenience options imaginable. You can learn more at legend.aero. Also, we'll talk about our friends at Red Tag Art. Prize considerations provided by them this year. They actually create our annual series trophies. You go to redtagart.com. You can see innovative and handcrafted art and home goods that are built from red-tagged aircraft parts, which are no longer viable for use. This is cool stuff. It's everything from bottle openers made from valve covers to big old turbine coffee tables, everything in between. You can check out their designs again at redtagart.com. So we head into the second heat of Adventure Class right now, and now we've seen the FX3, what the best that Cub crafters can offer. We've seen a custom-built Super Cub replica, and then we've seen a Badlands Vaquero. Now we're switching gears over to just Badlands Travelers. We've got 3 of them coming up. You've got Mike Babcock in this blue Badlands Traveler right in front of you. He's going to be followed by Tanner McIntyre flying the McIntyre family's Badlands Traveler.
Slider.
Yes. They must like hockey.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that.
And then Clint Busnitz bringing up the rear in the gray and orange Traveler. And a very famous Badlands Traveler named Warhorse kind of started all of this at the Moses Lake Air Show 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That was the landing heard round the world, flown by Jeff Daly. And now we've seen just an explosion of Badlands Travelers competing in National STOL. This airplane in front of you right now, Mike Babcock's aircraft, it is highly modified and just a little bit insane.
Yeah, you're going to hear how insane it is, especially with that 3-cylinder Yamaha 998T engine on that. On the front, it's a snowmobile engine. And speaking of him, from Cottage Grove, Oregon, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 8, Mike Babcock.
So Mike Babcock is coming at you from Seafair Pacific and Aero Endeavors. It's got that Yamaha Sidewinder on the front. You recognize the sound of that engine. It's very similar to what Steve Henry used to rock and roll with. This one's got a little bit more horsepower. Talking about maybe 500 horsepower, if I'm not mistaken.
Crazy.
Just absolutely bonkers.
Next up, from Lincoln, Nebraska, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler as well, race number 408, Tanner McIntyre.
So Tanner is the younger of the two McIntyres flying for us today. He earned his private pilot certificate last August at the age of 17. He's competed in 2 STOL events last year, one as a student pilot with a safety pilot, and then one on his own once he got his private pilot certificate. This aircraft he's flying, powered by a more common, naturally aspirated Lycoming 360. It's about 200 pounds heavier than Mike Babcock's airplane.
Next up, from Oral, South Dakota, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 605, Clint Busenitz.
So Clint is flying another great Badlands Traveler. This one is Rotax powered, and he's the owner of Vetterman Exhaust. So if you've been around aviation a little bit and you've needed an exhaust, you maybe got one from Clint Busenitz. He's also the designer of the Badlands Traveler, and so this is kind of all his fault.
Yeah,
the fact that
really
we have these amazing airplanes. So here comes Mike Babcock now taxiing up to the line in his crazy Sidewinder powered one. Engine by Aero Endeavors. He's got a Tundra tail wheel.
Oh man,
I don't
even know how to react right now.
What? I'm sorry, I'm malfunctioning.
Yes.
I'm malfunctioning. I don't know how to deal with that. He's got a fly-by-wire throttle assembly on that thing too, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So it's like a little fighter plane.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So that was that, and we'll get a number for you in a second. But now it's time for Tanner McIntyre. Very respectable number.
Easy. Making it look way too easy.
That young man has a ton of talent.
Yeah.
And now Clint Busenitz. So, I mean, everyone is doing very small numbers right now in these Travelers. Mike Babcock's Takeoff, 38 feet. I mean,
it
38 feet.
You had like the blue screen of death just happening from that takeoff.
Yeah, I did. Here he comes now landing. Whoa! Plopping it. That is the epitome of the chop, plop, and drop by Mike Babcock there.
Yeah.
The story with Mike Babcock, this aircraft last year in particular, he was, I think it's fair to say, wrenching on it more than he was flying it.
Mm-hmm.
They were modifying and modifying and modifying it, changing everything, testing it, changing it, and he wasn't able to wring out every ounce of performance in it. Now, he's been able to really start to pull it together.
All right. Tanner McIntyre on approach.
Oh, I think that maybe was a little too short.
Yeah, might have been a scratch there. But it was soft and pillowy.
Talking to Tanner last night, he said that transitioning from the S7 he used to fly to this is like the hardest part has been the slower side. If you kind of like dial in the S7 just based on speeds, and this plane will just go as slow as you want it to, so you really need to pay more attention on short final. Ooh. Clint Busnitz now on your left, working that crosswind, holding it off pretty well there with the tail.
Yeah.
Curious if it touched down before the line.
Let's see. Yeah,
it's going to be a scratch for Clint Busnitz. Folks, if you are getting ready to fire up your paper airplane, that'll be right after this. Now is the time to start making your way over to that merch tent. Start assembling over at the National STOL merchandise tent to be part of the paper airplane contest. That's going to start in just a few minutes. And in terms of sponsors, you always like to shout out our sponsors while they're flying. You have a whole bunch of them that sponsor National STOL right in front of you right now. Got Skytrax and Aero Endeavors, particularly like Mike Babcock's plane is Aero Endeavors engine. But all of these aircraft are Badlands STOL aircraft, another sponsor of National STOL. So thank you so much for your support. A little bit longer that time.
Yeah. Tanner McIntyre getting ready to launch. There we go, that introduction of power. We'll see that tail come up. Flaps down, stick back. Easy. Once again, just making it look way too easy. Especially under that heavy workload in a critical phase of flight. Clint Busnitz up next. And he pulled just a little early. We saw that tail come up, then come back down quickly. And then it wasn't quite ready to fly, but I mean, we're talking about a Badlands Traveler. It's always ready to fly. I just want to say that. And Mike Babcock back on approach. He's out there wrestling the wind. A little burst of power. Got him over the line. He didn't stop for very long, but I think all the judges caught him, so should be good. He looks like he's excited in the cockpit point. Go to these scores real quick. Yeah, so that does not look like a scratch for him.
Clint Busnitz now settling in. Oh, Tanner McIntyre settling in. Burst of power. He's going to drop it down nice and hard on the gear. And I don't know if that's what he intended, but that can be a strategy, right? The more energy you can push into the ground is energy that is not pushing the plane forward. I feel like it was maybe more about getting up over the line. He felt like he was going to be a little short. And he had to definitely kind of like balloon down after that.
Well, I guess some of that pointing that Babcock was doing was him pointing towards the pits. He took the plane back to the pit, so we'll see. We'll get a sit rep on what's going on there. As Clint throws it over the line.
It's fun to watch Clint fly this plane.
Yeah.
As the designer of it. Really working in that crosswind there. Tail down first and then squatting like a sumo wrestler.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mike Babcock in the pits. And see some inspection happening around the aircraft as they look around. I don't know if that's an engine issue or a other issue with the airplane, but obviously respect pulling things together to make sure that we're safe. That means Tanner McIntyre is going to lead this heat off. And that was perfect, almost perfectly timed. I mean, really well done. You saw the flaps come down real aggressively, and the plane just kind of climb off right into the air. Clint Busnitz up next in his Badlands Traveler. It's kind of fun, too. In this heat, we've had 3 different power plants across the 3 Badlands Travelers. So much quieter with this one. That was really well done as well. It's a little bit of a dance for them, right? They full throttle, wait like a second or two, and then pop her into the air. And again, folks, if you've got a paper airplane you want to fly in the paper airplane competition, now is a great time to head to the National STOL merchandise tent. We need you to gather there so we can safely escort you to the field once it's time to do that.
Yeah, it is crazy how quiet it is right now without Babcock out here.
Yeah, he's not turning dinosaurs into noise.
Yeah, right. I mean, even in the pattern, you can definitely identify his position, even if you're not looking. And we got a nice little gust right now. You can see Tanner was battling it just moments ago. Looks like he's poised in great
that's
position
well.
right now.
Nice one, Tanner.
Yeah. Woo!
I bet that if you've never been to a STOL competition before, you are sitting in this crowd right now going, I didn't know airplanes could do that.
Yeah.
Guess what? They can. Who needs a helicopter? Not me. Oh, I think that was short.
Oh,
I think that was a little short for Clint Busnitz.
Let's see with the replay.
Frame by frame we go. Oh, I think he made it over. I'm happy to be corrected on that.
That's awesome.
And that is going to wrap up the adventure class, folks. Again, head on over to that merch tent. If you're ready to fly your paper airplane, we'll be with you in just a few minutes.
And ladies and gentlemen, from your left, DC-3 on their way to Oshkosh.
And check out that DC-3 flying overhead, everybody. That is our good friend Ryan Melendez, one of our competitors that decided to just come by and give us a little hello on his way to Oshkosh. So, see, you never know what you can expect here at National STOL.
Is it on? Hey, Charles. All right, so we've got our adventure class pilots here. You guys excited to hear some scores? Okay, all right. In third place, with a score of 152 feet, Mike Babcock. In second place, with a combined total of 137 feet, Michael Lindstrom. I guess he's not here. And in first place, with a combined total of 112 feet, Clint Busenitz. Tell us the secret of the Badlands Traveler. You are the brainchild of this aircraft. Like, what is it? What makes it fly so well?
Well, that's a great question. You know, you do this and you copy this and a little bit of this, and I guess I got lucky.
I guess you did get lucky. You struck gold, man. Congrats, man. All right.
Good job.
And I guess that means up next is the paper airplane competition. So I hope you guys are ready for that. We'll see you in a minute.
Hi, I'm Kyle Patterson, and I'm flying the new to me, the Cessna Cub, one of Clint's early creations. Going from my last airplane, I really have enjoyed flying this. Has a higher cruise speed, about 115 120 miles an hour, and still lands slow, and can go fly in the backcountry and off airport and still get that performance and pack a load and go somewhere. So I've just really enjoyed learn how to fly it and hopefully work up to a Badlands one day. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Pat McIntyre. I'm a pilot from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm flying the Badlands Traveler, designed by Clint Busenitz. This one was a build assist with Jared Garrettson. I fly the Badlands Traveler because it'll cruise 130 miles an hour. It'll stall about 25 miles an hour, and it'll carry 1,000, 1,100 pounds of useful load, and it'll carry it really well. It takes off great when it's heavy. It flies slow when it's heavy. It's just a great all-around airplane. The Badlands Traveler, the magic behind this airplane is this wing that Clint designed. It's the most stable wing I've ever flown on any tailwheel, Cub, backcountry, STOL type airplane. It just feels rock solid, even all the way down, flying slow in the 30s, even upper 20s. Obviously, we've added slats to this one. I'm not sure Clint's the biggest fan of that, although he's flown it a few times with slats. But it's just a great performer. Absolutely, just almost a dream airplane for me, and I love getting to fly it every day.
Okay, so it looks like we are getting ready for the most exciting part of the day, which is the paper airplane competition. And why don't we have everybody line up right here on this line? And we're going to do 2 heats here at Sodbusters for the paper airplane competition. So we'll all line up right here on this white line. And with that, I think we're going to have the older kiddos go first, so line up right here. We'll have a tailwind. Now, normally you never take off with a tailwind if you can avoid it, but we're going to do it today, get a little more distance. So we're going to face this way, guys. We're going to go this way. So hop on this line right here. We're going to face this way. Awesome. We got all of our senior class. I like that. All right, here we go, everybody. Everyone's gonna count down with me, okay? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, throw! Okay, now I need you to go find your airplane. And just stand by your airplane. We got our top 3. Congratulations, round of applause for our top 3. All right, who was our furthest? This guy right here, Eagle River. What? Sorry, just reading your shirt. Tell me about what's your name and tell me about your airplane.
My name is Garrett, and I just built the plane off the guide thing, and it flew very well.
It clearly did. Congratulations. With a round of applause for first place. Was it second place? Second place. No, second place. Oh, wait, it's a professional show, folks. Okay, what's your name and tell me about your airplane?
My name's Nolan, and I just put a lot of stickers on to make it heavier so it can fly further.
Solid choice. Been watching the Wilderness and Touring class. Let's hear it for second place. And in third place, now I noticed these guys had a different design than yours. Tell me about your design. What's your name?
My name is Jacob. And I based it off of my grandpa's Cub.
Whoa, you got the lightning bolt and everything?
Yeah.
Dude, that is rad. Round of applause for third place here, Jacob.
Nice job.
All right, good job, everybody. Now it's time for our second heat.
Back here,
our younger kids can line up on the line right now, right here. All right, and I need that crowd help to count it off. Are you guys all ready? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, throw! Oh, we got some good gusts this time. Go stand by your plane. Nice work. Okay, here we go. I think we got first place right here. I recognize you. You've won one of these before. All right, tell everyone here what your name is and tell me what color your plane is.
Orange.
And what's your name?
Jet.
Jet, nice job, dude. High five. All right, let's give it up for Jet. And then in second place, good job, buddy. Cool airplane. Is your name Charlotte?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Cool.
It is cool, right? Nice work, Charlotte. What's your favorite thing about your airplane?
That's pink.
I like that it's pink too. Let's give it up for Charlotte, everybody, in second place. And then did we decide it's close over here in third? Future Star right here. How's it going?
You tell him your name? Tell him your name.
Oh, a little shy. That's okay. What about your airplane? What's your favorite thing about your airplane? That it's green. I love that it's green too. It's very Green Bay Packers, right? High five. Third place. Let's give it up for Green Bay Packer airplane. All right. That was the most fun part of the day. Let's give it up for all our competitors in the paper airplane competition. They're cheering for you, kids. All right, we're going to get the airplanes back out here. We're going to have backcountry class right after this.
Montgomery Tower, Warrior Flight 1, we're holding short of sweet right for a straight up departure. Warrior Flight 1, we have the first ones out. You excited?
Yeah.
So now we're just waiting for the tower to release us for takeoff.
Hey.
My name is Dylan Cavender. I'm 17 years old.
I'm Kai Matavolo and I'm 14.
My name is Meyer Turchin. I'm 14. I was diagnosed with leukemia, AML.
I was 5 when I was diagnosed with leukemia.
I was diagnosed with leukemia.
My name is Ryan Melendez, and I'm the founder of Warriors with Wings. When I was 17 years old, I was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
So when Ryan took me for the first time, I thought it was just gonna be like chill, like we're just gonna fly, like nothing crazy, but it turned out to be something way crazier and so much fun.
Flying's sick, so I got to fly most of the way back until we got close to the runway. Eventually, I'd definitely be interested in getting a pilot's license or something like that. Maybe not for like a job, but just to have for fun. You just see everything. It's sick because everything's so small, but like you're only at like, we were at like 1,400 about like max. So you can still see everything because when you're in an airliner or stuff, you're really high up, you can't see much.
All right, do it yourself. Pull back. Pull back, pull back, hard, 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 hard. Keep pulling. Push forward hard. Whee! Pretty good.
He was super excited to come and be a part of this wonderful day. I was having a blast being out here flying today. I don't think he ever really thought about flying or what that meant before. I think like the closest he came to really being in like a small plane or helicopter was on his Make-A-Wish trip, and he fell asleep in the helicopter.
Everyone's gonna get their first logbook. So there you go. And then we're gonna fill out all the airplanes you flew and we'll get you signed off since we're all CFIs. So, and then we'll get you guys all t-shirts once we get some of those made. They'll sign you off for the airplanes they flew you in. You need to get your pilot's license, 40 hours of flight instruction, or 40 hours of flight time total. Some of that has to be with us, and then at some point you guys, once we feel like you can fly the airplane yourself, we set you free and you go off and do some hours by yourself.
It's just that easy.
It's just that easy.
Couple more days like this, you go fly an airplane by
Yeah.
yourself, you're good to go.
You're almost there.
right, perfect. I'll steal the pen.
And we are back at the latest edition of National STOL at Sodbusters 2026. Getting ready for the Backcountry class. We're going to see some Aviat Huskies and a Cessna 170B.
That's right. We are going to see the age-old National STOL battle. We're going to decide who is better, an Aviat Husky or a Cessna 170. Up front there, you've got race number 17. That's Jerry Clements in an Aviat Huskies from Wichita, Kansas. Jeff Pohl in 00 Dirty Bird 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo from Malacca, Minnesota. And bringing up the rear, newcomer to the series, Phil Shearer in a 2016 Aviat Husky A1C from Tavares, Florida. So it's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah.
Tower.
Super excited for this. And if you were in the crowd, you got a little treat because Jerry's got a reverse pitch prop on that aircraft. So if you were standing near the booth, like you saw him pull up and then reverse a little bit.
I wonder, does he back the plane up into the hangar with that thing?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It would be tempting. It would be tempting. Depends how big the hangar is.
And from Wichita, Kansas, race number 17 in the Aviat Husky, Jerry Clements.
Jerry flies out of famous Stearman Field. It's 1 Kilo 1 out there in Kansas. You can follow him on Instagram at clemens.jerry. And he's sponsored by one of our sponsors. You guessed it, Clemens Insurance. This Husky, of course, does have that reverse pitch propeller. It's a seaplane modification. So you can get what's called an STC, which allows you legally to change the equipment of the aircraft into something non-standard, and you can add that for seaplanes. Because if you're on the water, you might want to use that reverse pitch to keep you from hitting an island.
Oh, yes. Don't want to do that. And our old friend in Dirty Bird, a 1955 Cessna 170B, race number double lot, that's 00, Jeff Pohl.
Jeff Pohl, it's been good to see him back on the circuit. He is one of the fiercest competitors you will see in National STOL. This airplane's powered by a Lycoming 0360, 22,000 pounds gross weight. Well, that would be a big bird. 2,200 pound gross weight, 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels. He did a lot of other mods to it over some of the competitive seasons, added some wing tips that were a little bit wider, things like that. But he's got it dialed in again to kind of where he likes it, and you're going to see him duke it out with the Huskies today.
And this gentleman corrected me on the name of this city. I was saying Tavares, it's Tavares. And race number 259 in the 2016 Aviat Husky A1C, Phil Shearer.
Phil does come from Tavares, Florida. It's known as America's Seaplane City, and in addition to all his accolades in this current season of National STOL, he's also the current 2026 Seaplane-A-Palooza Spot Landing Champion.
Ooh.
And those skills are going to come to bear today as he lands on some green water. But yeah, he's kind of a newcomer. First two events brought home the gold. Not as lucky in St. Joe, Missouri. Hoping to get back on top here at Sodbusters.
Yeah, we just have a knack. We just have a knack for attracting some of the most talented individuals, some of the most talented pilots, period, in this competition series. I don't know how we do it, but I'm very happy for it.
You want to come be one of the world's greatest in the world's largest STOL competition series, you got to come here to National STOL. Phil also, some fun facts about him. He's active as a scout leader with his kids, and then he's a pole vault coach, which makes me upset. I don't know why. It just like upsets me when people do amazing things like that. Like, pole vaulting is so hardcore, man.
It is super hardcore.
Speaking of hardcore, Jerry Clemens. That is an impressive first takeoff for the backcountry class. That reverse pitch propeller you'll see on landing is not a silver bullet. I think we say it every time he flies because people just assume it's in the bag for him. But the workload is so high in the cockpit with a reverse pitch propeller. It only actuates at certain RPMs. Jeff Pohl giving Dirty Bird the goose right off into the wild blue yonder.
Giving Dirty Bird the goose. That's fun.
And we're over to Phil Shearer.
Woo! You love picking that tail up.
I posted, he had the most aggressive lawn mowing takeoff yesterday, except for the two that actually hit the grass. And I posted that picture on Facebook of him doing that. And someone said, who's not from aviation, a guy named Oliver said, "Is that good?" And I said, "It was good. This sort of thing is good until it isn't." Speaking of good until it isn't, that one was very good.
Excellent.
For Jerry Clemens, we're going to go back to the replay on the line because the line has been biting today, and indeed it would appear that it will bite again. Oh. That is a scratch on the first run for Jerry Clemens.
Yeah, it looks like the right main just kind of gave it up, touched the line.
That would have been 214 feet combined. Here's Jeff Pohl. Very stable kind of standard approach. Stopped right around 176, 177 maybe. And actually, I want to give Jeff a virtual high five for that because I think sometimes Jeff falls into that trap where he is so aggressive right out of the gate. He has a little bit of diminishing returns on that, and he's been known to triple scratch, and every landing is like an inch touching the line. Like, they're so close. You couldn't be any closer to the line. And so really love seeing Jeff play the strategic route, getting one in the books. Now, over to the seaplane champion. Oh. Well landed.
Yeah.
That was very Brad Crawford-esque.
I would say that. Most impressive.
Everyone was off around that 150 mark, except for Jerry Clemens. He was out a little bit further at 118, but Jerry scratched, and Phil Shearer and Jeff Pohl did not. So Phil Shearer now up in front with 275, Jeff Pohl with 333, and Jerry Clemens not yet on the board with a scratch. While they taxi by, folks, I want to talk about Clemens Insurance. You heard me talk about it before because Jerry Clemens, he's the guy. It's his company. They're the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, maintaining the highest standard of excellence. If you're looking for great insurance coverage, or maybe you want to just shop around, you're going to get a real straight answer from Jerry and his team. They especially love helping out flying clubs. Harder to insure aircraft. Give them a call. Also a good time to thank our friends over at iFly EFB. They're the most complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows. All three of them. They're known for force. High Flight UP team brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience.
All right, Jeff Pohl on the line right now. Giving it some power. Slap some sticks back. Textbook takeoff from Jeff Pohl. Phil on the line next. Love seeing that tail come up. He is absolutely looking for things. Cool turnout from Phil as we get set up for Jerry to return back to the line. And he's taking that low approach. Couldn't tell from my vantage point, but he did get the beta working for him. I couldn't tell if he touched the line or not. So we're looking at the replay.
Oh, doggy. They're calling it good for Jerry Clemens! Woo! Could not have been closer than that.
And that looks like a scratch from Jeff Pohl. We'll see for sure.
The wind, yeah, definitely about. But this is why it's great that he got that first one in the books, right? He's on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Combined score of 317 was his best. No, it'd be 333 because this run was a scratch.
Phil out there battling the wind. We've got a nice gust happening. Good over the line. Just perfect application of the brakes, keeping that tail up. The man is talented.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I hope that Phil sticks with National STOL after this season, because there's a lot of talent there, and if he's this skilled now for competitions in, like imagine him 2 years from now or 3 years from now, where he's just really like holding people down.
Yeah, no telling what mods he might do to the aircraft in between now and then too. That's going to be really cool to see as well.
The other thing that happens a lot is people in certificated aircraft seem to hop over to experimental aircraft after a few years, because you just have more freedom within that rule set to change the airplane and modify it and make it your own.
Yeah, you know, parts are a little cheaper and a bit more plentiful on the experimental side. Bit early.
Left main on that ramp. Maybe helped a little bit.
Maybe so. takeoff roll. Pulled just a hair early as well. But I have a good feeling, I have the best feeling that he's not going to scratch and still keep it super competitive.
He's been known to really drive. Hey, wow, okay, there we go, Phil. Mowing the lawn. It's fine. That is definitely one of those things that is totally fine until it totally isn't. he knows where the limit is, right? Like, he clearly knows exactly what the deck angle of the aircraft can be. Look at this. That's going on TikTok.
Yeah.
That's a clip for TikTok. Well flown, Phil. Well flown. That is a 169-foot takeoff for him. Here comes Jerry Clements coming in hot, right down on that right main, working that reverse pitch. He's like, I hope you got my score. I'm going. They scratched for Jerry Clemens on that one there. So he had 2 scratches. That's not like him.
Nope.
But challenging conditions today, like we talked about, super difficult.
But as of right now, he's in a good position, even with those scratches.
1 is all you need.
Yeah. And that had to be good over the line for Jeff Pohl. Getting it stopped. I feel like that's going to be one of his shorter stops.
His run to beat was his second run. Well, it's still showing 317, but I believe that one was a scratch. So run 3 will be his best at 331.
Okay.
So now the real question is, can Phil move up the podium? Oh, if there's one that does it, it's going to be this one. Husky versus Husky. So consistent on the takeoffs.
Oh, that landing.
What a barn burner. What an absolute barn burner that was, folks. Backcountry class never disappoints, and Sodbusters is no different. We are going to take a short break. We'll be back with more backcountry class right after this.
Good morning. My name's Pat McIntyre. I'm a pilot from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm flying the Badlands Traveler, designed by Clint Busenitz. This one was a build assist with Jared Garrettson. I fly the Badlands Traveler because it'll cruise 130 miles an hour, it'll stall about 25 miles an hour, and it'll carry 1,000, 1,100 pounds of useful load, and it'll carry it really well. It takes off great when it's heavy, it flies slow when it's heavy. It's just a great all-around airplane. The Badlands Traveler, the magic behind this airplane is this wing that Clint designed. It's the most stable wing I've ever flown on any tailwheel, Cub, backcountry, STOL type airplane. It just feels rock solid, even all the way down, flying slow in the 30s, even upper 20s. Obviously, we've added slats to this one. I'm not sure Clint's the biggest fan of that, although he's flown it a few times with slats. But it's just a great performer. Absolutely, just almost a dream airplane for me, and I love getting to fly it every day.
And welcome back to Sodbusters. We have the results for the backcountry class. You guys ready for that? They're having a ball back here, having a great time. All right, in third place with a combined total of 331 feet, Jeff Pohl. You flew with Riley in the cockpit, man. That's cool.
Ballast.
Okay, makes sense. In second place with a combined total of 263 feet, Phil Shearer.
Good job. Well done, Phil.
And in first place with a combined total of 248 feet, Jerry Clemens. Give us a speech, bro. Tell us how you did it.
I got lucky. So kudos to Clayton, Wheaton. He did like 263 feet as a rookie. It's awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. Dude, Clayton, congratulations on that. Congratulations to these guys. We'll be back to you in just a moment.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights.
And let's hear it again for that backcountry class. And kudos to Jerry Clemens for pointing out that we had a rookie doing the same score that some of these guys had. So that is awesome, and we love that backcountry class. Now we're headed over to its sport planes on sport planes on sport planes, folks. You're going to see everything from Rands S7s to Kitfox 4s and 5s to Super STOLs, and of course, we can't forget our Zeniths. So that's what's coming up next. I want to say hi to a couple people in the chat. Boku's in the chat saying, doggy. So hi to them. And then Ira Walker also loving seeing some dogs in the crowd. Jerry backing up there is always a fun thing to see. While we get ready to go here, I want to talk about some of our friends that help make this possible. Our friends over at Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL, your authorized Garmin dealer and #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They've got upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants. This is your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. So a big thanks to our friends at Sarasota Avionics. We also need to talk about our friends over at EarthX Batteries. Here's the thing. We've been talking all about weight today, right? Like weight is a big part of it. If you need to save some weight on your plane, now sometimes you need a heavier battery, you gotta move it a certain place to get your weight and balance right. But most of us are looking for weight savings and insane cranking power. EarthX lithium batteries Available both for experimental and certified aircraft. They're 80% lighter than lead-acid batteries, manufactured in the USA, and are known for their reliability, safety, and longevity, lasting 2 to 3 times longer than traditional batteries. So we've got a deep field in Sport Class. Cam, why don't you walk us through who's hanging out with us today?
All right, we got race number 311, Tom Pond. Race number 11, David Curley. Race number 79, William Vaughn. Race number 69, Gary Varga. Race number 289, James Johnson. And race number 34, Tyler Furman. And page 2, race number 918, Scott Tyree. Race number 926, TJ Johnson. And race number 120, Dakota Hudak.
It is going to be one heck of a show, folks. We've got Sport Class, and then we're over to the Unlimited Class. No holds barred. Anything goes, as long as the FAA says it's okay. Flying. So that's what's happening right after this, but we have a couple heats of the Sport Class because there's so many competitors here today.
And from Havana, Kansas, in the 2024 Just Aircraft Super STOL, race number 311, Tom Pond.
This has got to be the most race-like paint scheme I've ever seen at National STOL. I absolutely love this one. It's got an E-prop on the front by Jonas Marcinko, one of our other National STOL competitors. There's a Rotax 912 on the front, 29-inch Alaskan bush wheels. Tom Pond is a private pilot. He actually earned his private pilot license in March of 2025, and he already, this is crazy, Cam, already nearing 300 flight hours.
Wow, that is incredible. Next up, from Spicewood, Texas, in a 2017 Just Highlander, race number 11, David Curley.
Dave Curley, you can see why they call that airplane the Grasshopper, because it actually harkens back to the original L4s and other liaison birds back in World War II, that olive drab scheme. Dave Curley, of course, a longtime competitor. He's got a supercharged Rotax 912 on the front, so a little bit more boost. Powered by Edge Performance.
Next up, from Brandon, Mississippi, in a 2022 Zenith 701, race number 79, William Vaughn.
William Vaughn from Brandon is competing today with us. You can watch for his precision and skill in the Zenith 701. It's powered also by a Rotax. You're going to hear that a lot during the Sport Class. A lot of Rotax 912s. Very light aircraft. This airplane only weighs 600 pounds empty. And that's pretty crazy when you consider it's made out of sheet metal.
Yeah.
A lot of these planes are tube and fabric, where it's like a steel cage wrapped in featherweight, basically fabric that's tightened over the fuselage and the wings. And some are a mix between the two. You saw the Badlands aircraft, like Mike Babcock's and Pat McIntyre's and Clint Buznitz and Michael Lindstrom. You saw them. They are fabric and also metal wings, like fabric control surfaces here and there, fabric metal on the other parts of the wing. So those different construction techniques can be combined. This class always gets super competitive. We oftentimes are deciding this class between a handful of feet, maybe even as close as 1 foot. So do not forget to breathe as Tom Pond rolls up and gives us the first takeoff of Sport Class at Sodbusters 2026.
So he settled back down on the ramp, actually. So he was off before the ramp, and then those mains started rolling once again. So we're going to measure from the last place the mains touched, which was just a little bit beyond this ramp in front of us. Next up, David Curley. So we had the pond hopper, now we have the grasshopper. You can hear his Rotax spooling up. Excellent display from Dave Curley. William Vaughn pulling up to the line right now in the zenith. Guaranteed we're going to see some cool zenith things from William.
And just can pull back on the stick and just get all that apparent wind under the slats, and it's just like it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And you might wonder, everyone wonders, why is that aggressive shape of the tail of the zenith? But when you see it with the nose high on the ground, you're like, oh, I get why they made it that.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the wing's going to start to work.
Yeah, that is indeed crazy. It's got a unique look, but it is all for function. And on final, we have the pond hopper. Tom came by the booth and talked to me for a little bit about what the winds are doing and his concerns, and he's doing fine with those winds. Pretty aggressive, throwing it down into the ground like that. I am wondering if it is a scratch or not. Our vantage point is not the best for seeing the line. And it looks like it was good over the line.
Good over the line, but then definitely there on the replay, putting the hop in pond hopper.
Next up, we should start seeing grasshopper, Dave Curley. On final, peeking around the corner. Got a really cool 912 set up there with the supercharger on the side and the fuel injection on that engine. Ooh!
And not to use the same joke twice, but putting the hop in grasshopper.
Love seeing all that energy directed into the ground. That's always going to help those guys out. And we're going to have a go-around from William Vaughn, which is pretty cool because I saw him coming around the corner while David Curley was on final, like right up on the line, and he looked like he had plenty of distance. But sometimes it just, sometimes it just keeps coming. A little fast on final. That is okay. Go-rounds are free. And we can see he is already turning base right now. That's the leg before the final leg. He is left base. And he'll be making that turn and getting set up for a stabilized approach, where once again we're going to see some zenith stuff happening. They're always cool to see on the circuit. You saw Steven earlier with his zenith. So that nose is pointing towards us at the booth, but he is far enough out to make all the corrections he needs. He's really just going to rely on the wind and do that dog leg approach. So now you can see him correcting and putting that nose into the wind. It's going to be most advantageous for him. Oh, and it looks like
it was
scratch.
Close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was close though. As we look at that zenith, and actually I think all three airplanes, I'm making airplanes to go to AirVenture tomorrow. As you look at that 701, it's nice because we've been getting some questions in the chat about what are these control surfaces on the front of the wings. And the 701, they're painted bright red, so you can.
Oh yeah.
I can tell you exactly what to look at. Look at the red stuff on the front of that white wing. Those are slats, and slats come in a couple of different flavors. Sometimes they're fixed. Sometimes they deploy electronically. Sometimes they deploy with wind, like when the airplane gets slow, they're spring-loaded and they pop out. All they are doing is, as the airplane gets the nose higher and higher, the angle that the wind is hitting the wing is different, right?
Yep.
And the slats are grabbing that wind and keeping it attached to the top of the wing.
Right, Tom.
What that does is it means the airplane can generate more lift with that given wing. It can fly a little bit slower typically with slats than without. There's pros and cons to that, and all the different systems. There's pros and cons to all the different systems, but that's generally what they are for and how they are used.
All right, Curly. Still attached to the ground. I mean, I really feel like he was airborne before the ramp out there. But it is high enough elevation where he was still pretty much on the ground.
So we talked about the sport class. We've got a couple heats of sport class. Here's the Zenith off for another roll. Look at that. There, the slats are working right there. Starting to grab that air and keep it right on the wing. After this, folks, things get bonkers with a capital B. We wrap up the show today with the Unlimited class. You are going to see some legendary pilots. You're going to see Pat McIntyre. You're going to see Ronnie Sainer flying that same plane that Mike Babcock was flying. You're going to see Hal Stockman, one of the most famous STOL pilots maybe in the world. Jarrett Gerritson's going to make another trip back, and Nathan Rehawk's coming down from Alaska to show him what you can do with a modded PA-12. So it's going to be really, really intense.
Yeah, Nathan was throwing down yesterday during practice. As Tom is coming in, getting it stopped.
Squatting down.
Yeah.
Woo! Okay. I got a little. I had some feelings for a second there. I had some feelings, but they were unfounded. If you're enjoying all of this, folks, we hope that after you go up to the biggest air show in the world next week, you will make plans to visit us in Pinedale, Wyoming, August 14th and 15th for Rocky Mountain STOL. Very different airport than this.
Oh, yes.
Way up in the Wind River Valley, not too far from Jackson, Wyoming. It's just
breathtakingly awesome.
Grasshopper coming in, little burst of power. Was it enough? I'm not confident it was enough.
Let's see with the replay. Replay of the replay. Oh, I don't know. Couldn't tell. Race control saying that it was a scratch.
And William Vaughn coming in hot in that 701. So another question in the chat about slats. So Boku asks, what are the cons of slats? And there's a handful of them. One is obviously you're adding another part, so you've got more weight. More weight equals more fuel consumption. If you don't have fixed slats, they might be a maintenance problem, right? If they're like not deploying at the same time. Certainly if you have electric slats,
yeah,
that could be another concern. The biggest thing though is you're adding aerodynamic drag when they're deployed. And so if you have fixed slats, you're going to slow the airplane down potentially just to have them there in favor of lower speed performance. This has been Ryan Teaches You About Slats.
Yeah, and if you look on the front of Tom's wings, his slats move laterally, so they move side to side, not pop out up and down or out front.
Yeah, and then once he hits cruise speed, I would imagine the wind pressure, for lack of a better term, just the drag of the wind at cruise speed is going to close those up and clean up the airplane a little bit to minimize that drag.
So stable with the tail up.
Yeah, precision.
Next up, William Vaughn up on the line.
Like the paint job of this aircraft. Nice and bright.
Yeah.
Want to be able to be seen. Oh, she wasn't quite ready to fly. I'm going to use a banned word, the old ramparoo. The Hartford ramparoo got in the way there.
Yeah.
That right main didn't quite come off in time, and it just rode that thing all the way up the ramp.
Yeah, the old ramparoo do be cruel sometimes.
Okay, here we are with the next set of landings now for this first heat of the sport class. Right now, scores, interesting standings. Dave Curley, 202 combined. That was his first run. 299 for this guy, Tom Pond, coming on in. Look at him working those slats now.
Yeah.
And Pond hopping it right in. Heavy on the brakes, though. There we go. Brakes, 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 brakes. Nice. He could hear me, right? He could
he
could hear
totally
me help.
did.
Yeah.
He's not happy about that, though. I just saw him throw his fist down.
Well, I imagine maybe it just felt a little unstable.
But he did make it across the line, so no scratch for him. As Dave Curley gets settled down on final.
Carrying a little bit of power, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but I get what he's trying to do.
Yep. It was good over the line, if you have any question about that.
And that is going to help him out for the next heat. It's going to help him hold out against them. He just improved from 202 to 184. Get a little bit shorter number in there to defend against the following heats. The old chop, plop, and drop.
Works
now,
every time.
It works every 90% of the time. It works every time. William Vaughn, on the other hand, that was too short, and that will be called a scratch. So that third run not helping him out. He's got his second run on the books, though, 398. Not sure if that'll stand to get him on the podium or not, but still a respectable number for sure. Tom Pond in between the two, the combined score of 299. So that's going to wrap up the India heat. Now we're over to Juliet. We've got a lot of planes here at Hartford.
We do have a lot of
40-ish competitors, I think, plus or minus, depending who could make it with mechanicals and the smoke. Which, by the way, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm going to. Sounds like the smoke might come back tomorrow.
No!
So that's a real drag. So let's just all live in happiness today.
Yes, I'm happy for the wind. It's keeping the smoke away. And we are getting geared up for that Juliet heat.
As they taxi up right now, wind currently 312 at 8.75 knots. So we're getting just a little reprieve from the gustiness of earlier.
Oh, yes. Okay, from Burlington, Wisconsin.
Woo!
In the 2006 Rans S7, race number 69, Gary Varga.
That's right. He's from Burlington. Give him a hoot and a holler from being from Wisconsin. One of your Wisconsin boys, Gary Varga, is 66 years old. Started flying in National STOL in 2022. This is his first year flying this aircraft, a tailwheel aircraft. So it's adding a little bit of new challenge for him. Flies out of Camp Lake Airport, 49 Charlie here in Wisconsin. And you've maybe recognized this airplane. It's flown in National STOL before. And I actually got a little stick time in it at this show last year. Sodbusters
nice.
2025. Took it for a lap around the pattern. It's a real nice bird.
All right. And from Byers, Colorado, race number 289 in the 2023 Rans S7 Courier, James Johnson.
This is basically a standard S7 compared to the one that Gary Varga's flying. It is 100 horsepower. It does have some fatter tires on it. It's got the upgraded flap handle. That's kind of a thing. Normal S7s, the flap handle's on the floor, so it's really difficult to lean way forward to the floor and pull that flap handle up, kind of like a Piper Cherokee, right? And then so what they do is a lot of people do like the all the other modern bush planes do it. You can see it kind of hanging down from the windscreen, and they can yank on it and pull it from there instead of leaning all the way down, pretzeling yourself in half. It's not fun pretending to be a lawn chair in an airplane.
That's true. And from Raymond, Nebraska, in the 2011 Rans S7, race number 34, Tyler Furman.
Another pretty standard S7. So it's going to be interesting to see how Gary Varga, with a little bit more go juice, the turbo up front, things like that, how he can compete with them. But another 912. A little bit lighter, actually, this aircraft than James Johnson's. So, I mean, by like tens of pounds. Different prop up front. Everyone's rocking VGs. This one's got side-by-side wheels, actually, the one flown by Tyler Furman, so that's interesting as well. You can do that with experimental aircraft. You can play around with stuff like that. Here comes Gary Varga now. Full throttle, winding her up. Flaps down, off before the ramp. Well done, Gary Varga. The challenge for him will be on the landing. During practice yesterday, he did have, I would say, an eventful one. But the aircraft was undamaged after being up on its nose, and he's ready to rock and roll. Here's James Johnson now on the line. All 100 ponies raring to go. Waiting for the air bosses to say go ahead. They gave him the go ahead. He is on the roll. A little gentler, but definitely off short for James Johnson. Remember, the number to beat right now is what was put down by Dave Curley with a combined score of 184. Here comes Tyler Furman. That was a 103-foot takeoff by James Johnson, by the way. We did see Dave Curley off as short as 98 feet in the last heat. Little homesick angel action for Tyler Furman there. Also kind of waiting to that ramp area. It's kind of helping this heat of aircraft. So that is the Juliet heat off into the air. They're going to be coming around for a landing in just a minute. You're running out of opportunities to vote for your favorite pilot. That needs to happen soon. Vote.nationalstol.com. Vote.nationalstol.com. Voting closes at the end of the unlimited class, right after this sport class. Here's Gary Varga now floating around in the wind. A little bit of power to stabilize.
Ooh. Lots of energy into the ground.
Felt that in his spine. Probably. I'm excited for Gary just in general, right? Like, he started in this aircraft that was a one-of-one kind of light sport aircraft, high wing, called Miss America. It was surprisingly STOL capable. Like, it's actually a pretty amazing aircraft, light sport aircraft, but it wasn't configured in the way that you'd want a plane like this to be. James Johnson, good over the line from my perspective. Very smooth, maybe not aggressive enough. And he maybe hurt himself on that distance. He didn't wait until the judge got to the main wheels. And so the judge is kind of guessing, and maybe hurt him a little bit. James Johnson's run reported a scratch now by race control, so he is not yet on the board. Tyler Furman coming in on short final in his S7. Takeoff of 156 feet. That's going to be the longest of the bunch. Giving up a lot of distance over the line. And stopped around between the 250 and 300 foot mark. And so right now, Gary Varga is going to pop up into second place with his 290 feet.
Very nice.
Curley's still in first from the last heat, as is Tom Pond in third with his score of 299.
Yeah, I feel like Gary Varga is going to be riding high. He's got to know that he's doing really well right now, and the sky's the limit. No
the
pun
sky
intended.
is the limit. Oh, well done, Gary Varga. That was very precise for him. That was very surgical is the word that came to mind.
Yes.
But I think he's an electrician, so it was electric.
Yes.
Big improvement for Gary, 127 down now to 102 on his takeoffs.
All right, that tail coming up for James Johnson. Super smooth on that takeoff. I mean, the mains came up before the tail came down, so excellent flying from him. That's going to be a 99-foot takeoff. He's staying fairly consistent. Last takeoff was 103. Tyler Furman on the line right now. His tail's going to be coming up. just a little bit longer of a takeoff roll compared to James Johnson. But not by much. As we get our pilots back around the corner and Gary Varga on final.
James Johnson consistently the shortest of this heat on his takeoffs. Gary Varga consistently the shortest. Well, it was one run, but so far the shortest on his landings, and he is now off high and to your left, folks. About mid-height to your left.
We're going to see if he's going to direct that energy into the ground, give it a little boost of power to get over the line.
Well over the line, so that's no problem.
Yeah.
I don't know if he needed power to get over the line or to just to slow down that descent rate a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And that may seem counterintuitive, as you know, if you don't know about flying or you're just watching for the first time, like if you give it a boost of power and you've got a pretty high descent rate, you're going to arrest that descent rate. It's going to help you, but it also harms you because you are producing power, so it's going to give you forward motion as well. So landings could be a little bit longer than you expected. Oh, and it looks like James might have scratched. The line judge is calling a scratch on that one. He's not going to be happy about that one since that was his shortest takeoff. So hopefully this next go around he can do at least 99 feet on his takeoff and see if that will give him another chance at a shorter landing to pair that with. And Tyler Furman on short final. Good over the line. Of course, he's carrying a little bit of extra speed, so he's got to slow down. That is going to increase his landing roll.
So I'm just taking a look at the current conditions in the area around us as we continue through the day here, and it's very interesting. Basically, everywhere north of Oshkosh or Appleton, Wisconsin, is now starting to show marginal and IFR conditions due to haze. But I'm wondering if that also is a little bit of smoke action. Like normally you would see a METAR for smoke. These are all coming in with haze and low visibility. I mean, visibility up in Escanaba, Michigan is 1 3/4 miles. In Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, 2 statute miles. Gary Varga again with an electric deployment of the flaps. Green Bay, Wisconsin, which is probably the closest. Visibility 2.5 statute miles due to haze with clouds at 3,800. I don't know if that's actually haze or if that's wildfire smoke.
Yeah.
Normally it would actually say smoke.
And James Johnson on the go. Once again, someone else who is making it just look way too easy.
And Tyler Furman. ATV side-by-side wheels, they look smart.
Yeah, they do. Settle back down.
I feel like the ramp of doom. Predicted it at the front of the show. finally starting to become an issue for pilots as they settle back down into that thing. So if we go over to the scores right now, we have James Johnson so consistent on the takeoffs, 103, 99, and 99. Tyler Furman, 156, 159, 164. And Gary Varga, 127, 102, and 104. That's a pretty good fight of the S7s right now.
Agreed.
Gary Varga, whoa, yanking back on the stick. It looked like a bird landing.
Yeah, it did.
It was like, I'm coming in hot. Kill some speed with some elevator.
That was pretty cool.
That was dramatic.
Yeah.
The line judges are even remarking on that one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, next up, James Johnson coming in for his third and final run. Gary Varga, by the way, that was his best run. Feel like we got a scratch from James Johnson on that one.
Oh, no.
So that's going to be triple scratch for James Johnson. That is a hard pill to swallow in a competition. 3 times the hat trick nobody wants. So he's not going to be on the board today. Gary Varga in second place behind Dave Curley currently. And Tyler Furman trying to claw his way up to the podium, currently in 5th place with 4:21 on his second run. This takeoff was longer.
And Tyler's going to bring it in with 245 feet on that landing.
That was his best run at 409 feet. But I don't believe that's going to be enough to get him on the podium. So right now, as we head into the third heat of the sport class, it's just 2 aircraft in this heat. Scott Tyree and TJ Johnson are going to be flying for you in Kitfox's Kitfox Model 4 and a Kitfox Model 5, respectively. Dakota Hudak not able to compete today, so just the 3 of them. So we're down from 10 to 8 competitors due to mechanicals, because I think also Matt Dorsum out with a mechanical, unable to make the trip, and unable to also fly in the Oshkosh STOL demo. So a bummer for him, but we've got now Scott Tyree and TJ Johnson looking to upset the leaderboard right now. Dave Curley sitting at 184 feet, Gary Varga 257, and Tom Pond just a foot shy of 300 at 299.
All right, from Princeton, Texas, in a 1998 Kitfox 4, race number 918, Scott Tyree.
So Scott Tyree is competing in his 2nd national STOL season. He's earned his pilot certificate back in 2021 after intensive straining maybe, but training definitely, starting in January of 2020. He's got this restored Kitfox named the Red River Fox, powered by a Rotax 912. Done a bunch of mods to it. It's got the TK1 Shock Monster mains, T3 Airlight tailwheel suspension, VGs, and a 73-inch E-blade prop out on the front. So that is Scott Tyree in his Kitfox. And that's maybe what we call like a more vintage Kitfox, right? Like the 4 model. You can see, look at the size difference between the 4 and the 5. I believe they're now on the 7 in Kitfox land. But just the difference between the 4 and the 5 is a big size difference that aircraft really ballooned up a little bit to make it a little more comfortable.
It is a nice sitting side-by-side aircraft, though. It's a great performer, like you said. We've had many competitors in the past with all the different versions of Kitfox that show up.
So just holding for a second before we kick things off again. This final heat of the sport class, and then folks, it's what you came to see, the unlimited class, where things are going to get, dare I say, dare I predict that they will get bonkers. It's going to be a crazy time in the unlimited class after this heat.
All right, next up, from Detroit, Michigan, in a 2021 Kitfox 5 named next month, race number 926, TJ Johnson.
This aircraft, another kind of standard sport plane, right? I don't want to diminish that, but it's got 120 horsepower Rotax on the front, also rocking that TK1 gear and shocks, Behringer 8-inch double caliper brakes. Thank you, Behringer. And then extended wingtips as well. And that's something that you'll see the Kitfoxes do sometimes, is they'll add a little bit of width to that wing, make it a little bit longer. A longer wing equals a little more lift, equals better slow speed performance. Also, as a constant speed prop on the front. Which is funny, when I started flying, a constant speed prop was only for like real serious airplanes,
right?
like an RV, or like a turbo Cessna, or something like that.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
You didn't have it in sport planes, so really cool to see that innovation there. And a lot of speed mods on TJ's airplane, just to try to keep that cruise flight part a little more palatable as you fly from event to event. And here we go for the third and final heat of the sport class. Off somewhere around the 175 mark.
I think he's going to be happy with that. As we get TJ on the line. We'll hear that Rotax come alive from TJ momentarily.
Takeoff's pretty consistent class-wide, honestly. Ooh, there's a big deck angle there for TJ on the climb out.
Yeah, so that was 173 for Scott Tyree.
And 157 for TJ Johnson.
Okay.
So a little bit longer, honestly, than what we're seeing. They're around that Tyler Furman distance. Tom Pond was actually putting in numbers similar to this on takeoffs. So I think, I don't want to predict anything. It's got me in trouble before, but if I were to guess, the person concerned the most right now is Tom Pond with his 299-foot third place. He's holding on to third place right now.
Okay.
Now, Scott Tyree has been continuing to train intensively, even as recently as last week. Ooh, tickling the grass. I don't know if he hit it. Technically, you can't even hit a blade of grass, right? They're going to call that a scratch. So a scratch in the books for the first landing for Scott Tyree. And Tom Pond breathes a little easier. Next up, TJ Johnson coming around the bend.
Looking nice and stabilized way out there.
Don't forget, folks, vote.nationalstol.com, vote.nationalstol.com. Vote for your favorite pilot. You have one more class after this. If you're on the fence, one more class after this to decide. That was actually quite well done, and any pilot would be happy to stop their plane in less than 200 feet.
Yeah, all day. We're going to get them back on the line to continue with the kilo heat. AKA the Kitfox heat.
The Kitfox heat, yep, they lined them up real nicely for that. Born to Eat Toast in the chat, which is the best name ever on social media, says, don't forget this upcoming week there are STOL exhibitions at EA Oshkosh almost every evening. And I would like to invite everyone to come out because I will be one of the 2 announcers bringing that to the Oshkosh crowd this year. Myself and our friend Anitra Goddard, the STOL Queen.
Who's out here on the line.
She's here somewhere right now. Yeah, Anitra, oh, she's on the line right now. I see her over there. We'll be bringing that to you at Oshkosh as part of Twilight Flight Fest. And so we'd love for you to come check that out as well. And of course, afterwards, feel free to come say hello. We're a little busy in the middle of it, and then Cam will be out there doing aviation reporting things all week. So give him a high five as well, and we'd love to see you and say hello as we have the big aviation family reunion.
Oh my goodness, the best one. So TJ pulling back on the stick, and the plane wasn't quite ready to fly. He got it past the ramp up here and got it off the ground, but wind's not helping him right now. Not really helping anybody, but we do have a crosswind situation happening. It's been happening all day and even yesterday, but from a different direction. Scott Tyree on left base. And we're making that last left-hand turn to get back on final.
By the way, Cam got another shout out on social there. Cam is an amazing photographer. Check him out. That's true. That's how we met, was through cameras.
Yes, absolutely. That is how I got my start out here with National STOL.
Check out that view right there. Scott Tyree coming in. Oh, man. I want to just hire a drone op from National STOL to get some shots of me flying. Hold it. Oh, he held it off. Get on those brakes.
Yeah,
get on those brakes.
So 236 for that landing from Scott Tyree. So his combined total is going to be 395. As TJ Johnson is on final.
Ooh, okay, right over the line there. Now locking those binders up. Nicely, again, sub 200 feet.
Yeah. Pretty consistent.
One more to go for the kilo heat in the Kitfoxes. And that's been kind of fun for me today to see By the way, the wind's picking up a little bit for them now on this last run. We had our kind of Super STOL Highlander plus a Zenith. And then we had our Courier class at our Kitfox heat. So that's pretty fun. Currently 311 degrees at 10 knots.
This feels more than 10 knots for sure.
Feels a little bit more than 10. Yeah, I feel like I'm feeling like 12 to 13 because I am, calibrated. Ryan Dombrowski calibrated wind device.
Nice. I love it. I'm gonna buy one.
There's only one. It's not for sale. All right, here's Scott Tyree off the ramp. Looking to make some progress up to the podium. Tom Pond still holding that third place position at 299. And TJ Johnson now in the white Kitfox. So consistent, TJ. Like really, like looking at these scores, Takeoff 157, Takeoff 155.
Yep.
Landing 197, 198. He might be most consistent.
He might be.
We'll see what he does in this landing, but he may be the most consistent pilot of Sodbusters. 168, so a little bit longer, but just a hair.
Yeah.
And by a hair, I mean 11 feet. But 11 feet is a snap, right? It's just, I mean, it's so much quicker. So he may be in the running for most consistent. We'll see how that nets out at the awards dinner tonight. Scott Tyree now turning base to final. High and to your left in the Kitfox. Don't forget to sign up for National STOL's Patreon, nationalstol.com/fans. The coolest thing about that, if you become a supporter of National STOL, is you get to listen to the Airboss frequency whenever we're competing, and that is super cool. Okay, good over the line, I believe, for Scott Tyree. Really got to work those brakes. There we go. That tail just coming up just a little bit.
Got to stop sub 300 on that landing.
Yeah, good over the line. About a plane length. About a Kitfox 4 from the line when he touched down. So he's going to be taxiing and waiting in the wings. Here comes TJ now. Right wing down into that crosswind. She's starting to blow a little bit. Maybe it'll help him out here. Oh, close. That was his shortest landing yet.
Yeah, let's go.
Look at that. TJ Johnson. That is going to wrap up the sport class. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are headed into the brawl, the dogfight, the sky war that is the unlimited class in just a few minutes.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. So, and then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. And we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world. So that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
I'm Hal Stockman from Elko, Nevada, here at Hartford. And with my Badlands, I've got 300 hours on it now, so I'm getting tuned in. But what I like about it, probably the most, it flies slower and faster than my Rans. So it packs a good load, so I'm very happy with it.
How about that for the sport class, folks? A round of applause for the sport class competitors. The deepest class of the day. You guys all came and showed out, man. And we had so many planes. You each had your own individual aircraft heats. That was pretty cool. All right, let's get to the results. With a combined score of 299, third place goes to Tom Pond. With a combined score of 257, Gary Varga in second place. And in first place with a combined score of 184 feet, let's hear it for Dave Curley. Dave, we heard a little bit about the challenging conditions from the classes that came before you. How was it for you today?
Oh, it smoothed out. It was perfectly normal for us coming in. No, everyone in this class had to adjust and carry more energy, and it was quite challenging. It was a lot of fun, though.
Well, you made it look easy. Congratulations on the sport class win. Let's hear it for Dave and the rest of the sport class, everybody. Stay tuned. It's time for the unlimited class right up next.
Josh.
And welcome back to Sodbusters 2026. We are about to get ready for the noise and all the motion and all the short and everything. With this
It's going to be insane. The unlimited class always is insane. Yesterday, during practice, it was, gotta say it again, it was bonkers. It was crazy town. It was absolutely crazy town. We had, in practice yesterday, Ronnie Sainer to a 41-foot takeoff and a 54-foot landing. He was actually out in front of Jared Garrettson yesterday during practice. Jared Garrettson putting down 47 feet for the takeoff and 37 feet for the landing, but had a scratch. So it's still anyone's game today in competition. The other thing is we had way lighter winds than we do today, but they were, of course, less crosswindy. So a lot of variables, folks. Lot of variables. Let's run through the lineup right now. We've got Nathan Rehawk, who's going to be flying in a 2022 PA-12. It is not like any PA-12 you've ever seen before. Nope. He's all the way from Wasilla, Alaska. Pat McIntyre coming in 2025 Badlands Traveler from Lincoln, Nebraska. Ronnie Sainer, 2025 Badlands Traveler. It's that blue one that Mike Babcock was flying earlier. He's from Hayden, Idaho. Hal Stockman, 2024 Badlands Vaquero from Elko, Nevada. And Jared Garrettson, you've seen him once, you're seeing him again. Here he is in the 2026 Ultimate Badlands Traveler from Manhattan, Kansas. This is where everything that you've seen today all starts to make sense. It's just going to be a little crazy for a few minutes, and then you're going to be like, what did I see? I need to come to this again in Pinedale. That's what's going to happen. So that's what we're gearing up for. We also have a special guest in the booth, Cam.
Oh, yes, we do.
Special? What? That's awesome. I'm special?
Yeah, you're special.
That is fantastic. Yeah. Yes. I'm here on behalf of Aero Endeavors, who's doing some sponsorship here with National STOL now. And even in this class and in other classes, they're offering a $300 contingency for anybody who wins their class running a Skytrax gearbox.
Okay.
Pretty cool, huh?
That is pretty cool.
But I think right now, given today, since he's not bringing his plane and Steve is out right now and a few others are sitting at the sidelines right now, he might be the only one with a Skytrax today, which means he's paying himself if he wins.
He's going to pay himself if he wins.
Which I like.
But he did well in practice, so yeah, it's nice. I mean, what's the accounting work on that?
The thing is, if you look at that last plane there, he's going up against the Alaska Valdez champion from this year, who just did an amazing job up there. So this is not going to be an easy competition, but you know, Ronnie with his background and, you know, AMA Superbike, you know, engine building, tuned that engine up there. He's a tuner and a crew chief and race team driver. Did so much for that to get that thing here. It's almost like that is not a plane, that particular one, that is designed to go cross country. That one is really kind of purpose built for this right now, and he's running some pretty high power in there. And yeah, Aero Endeavors builds all that stuff. They build the oil tanks, they build the engines and gearboxes, which they cover for Skytrax, and a few other things as well. And pretty cool. Even the rims, they even build that stuff. So they're doing all that.
They build everything.
They build everything.
Let's see how it all stacks up. Cam, right up on the line now. Who's that? Raring to go.
From Wasilla, Alaska, in the 2022 PA-12, which is not like, just like you said, is not your granddaddy super cruiser. Race number 907, Nathan Rehawk.
So that's a big flight down from Wasilla to make it here to near Oshkosh. I believe they're heading up to Oshkosh in just a little bit. This plane has been heavily modified. It does not fly the way I thought a PA-12 would fly. And Steve Crow, going to the flight school here on the airport, said he watched Nathan fly and he was like, oh, nice work, young man. So he was real proud of him.
And from Lincoln, Nebraska, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 40, Pat McIntyre.
What a journey it has been over the last few seasons, watching the growth of Pat McIntyre. He was flying that S7 that Gary Varga now owns. just before this, and now he's built this Badlands Traveler. He's getting it figured out this season. He is one to pull out a victory almost always on the third lap. Pat has a way of manifesting victory, and it's something that this guy needs to look out for.
And from Hayden, Idaho, in a 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 14, Ronnie Sainer.
This airplane, you've seen it fly once today. You're going to see Ronnie fly it now. That Yamaha Sidewinder engine up front. You know a little bit about Sidewinders, Josh.
I've read a little bit about the Sidewinders and been able to kind of determine, some of the performance characteristics of that one. And I think the engine on this class might outclass everybody. But I happen to know that there is some nitrous oxide out there on this field as well. So we'll see how that measures up against nitrous oxide.
And from Elko, Nevada, in a 2024 Badlands Vaquero, race number 3, Hal Stockman.
Hal Stockman, you've seen him on the internet, called the most famous man on the internet, not on the internet. Wrap your brain around that. The most unique thing about his aircraft, we talked about unlimited class and how anything goes. Check out the canards on the front. That is classic unlimited class National STOL. Instead of putting a heavy weight on the tail of the aircraft to help him get better angle attack, he answered that call with lift with the canards on the front. A little Burt Rutan action to get us started today.
That's awesome. And finally, from Manhattan, Kansas, in the 2026 Garrettson Aviation Ultimate Badlands Traveler, race number 603, Jared Garrettson.
And Jared, you saw him fly earlier today in the Backcountry Supercub Boss. He was talking about the challenging conditions today. This airplane powered by an Edge 918, and like Josh mentioned, it took it all at Valdez with Jared at the controls. I believe the landing was sub 25 feet by Jared at Valdez, and that's bonkers.
Yeah, I got to see it firsthand, and not only was the plane impressive, which it absolutely is, but Garrett, no matter what he gets in, it's just he does it a phenomenal job. So I'm excited to see what he can do today against this group. This is probably the most competitive group I have ever seen in this class.
No, practice yesterday was exciting, and look at that. We are maybe already at sub 75-foot takeoff numbers. Nathan just lighting the fires and kicking the tires immediately. Here comes Pat McIntyre coming up to the line. In slider, which is either a reference to a hamburger or to hockey. Getting that tail up. And she's off nice and short as well. Nathan's takeoff was sub 60 feet at 57.
I'm just noticing he sat his tail down, like a little bit of Steve Henry action to get that higher angle of attack there.
Oh, yeah. It is squatted in the back.
Whoa, okay. Now, if we save Steve Henry 3 times, will he magically appear?
I don't know. It kind of looked like he was behind the controls of that thing. That was impressive.
So that was Ronnie Sainer, folks. You got to cheer for him. 36-foot takeoff. I don't know what we're doing. What is even happening? Different approach for Hal Stockman. It's a little less theatrical when he takes off, but the numbers are always super competitive, especially with folks like Steve Henry not on the circuit this season. There's a bigger opening for Hal. He would usually take Steve Henry on the landings. Jared Garrettson.
Jeez.
So we're waiting for a few scores to come in. They're all in the pattern. I believe we're going to see Nathan Rehawk very shortly come around the bend. There he is, actually already floating in. Little bit of power to hold it off. More power, more power, more power, more power.
Calling it a scratch, I see.
I don't know.
Who cleans his windows? It looks like they're invisible.
They do look invisible.
It's funny, there was some conversation about that in the internet side of the chat. How clean those windows are. All right, here comes Pat McIntyre, low and to your left, flaps down, pulling that power off. Chop, plop, and drop. Just over 100 feet. And next up should be Ronnie Sainer.
It sounds like it. I recognize that Yamaha, definitely. That Sidewinder there, that Aero Endeavors builds there. You know, he's been passionate about flying his whole life and decided to combine his experience with the mechanical and flying and put those things together, similar to Steve Henry. So he's developing all the skills here to bring that Aero's Endeavors Skytrax Yamaha. Well, you got a bunch of names on there, isn't it? Badlands Traveler right in here and see what it can do.
That was expertly done. I'm mostly impressed with that you got through all that.
Yeah.
You're like the Micro Machines guy over here.
Number AC for Pacific with the flag right there on the tail.
Okay, that is going to be a good first run for Ronnie Sainer. He's going to be up at 127. Pat McIntyre in second with 183 feet combined. Nathan Rehawk with a scratch. Here comes Hal Stockman bouncing her in a little bit.
Kind of oompa-loompa those leg gears when he came in, didn't he?
Yeah. So he had a 53-foot takeoff. Let's see what he's going to pair that with. 122 feet on the landing for a 175.
That's going to pop him up into second place.
Then Jared Garrettson lumbering on final.
Almost literally lumbering. Oh, the tail can touch. The tail can touch. That's fine. More power, more power. Did he make it? I think he did.
Yeah.
That was short.
The crowd seems to think he made it. Clip it and post it. That is good.
That's as close as it's going to get.
We used to call that the Sanchez maneuver. Eddie Sanchez, a competitor that loved to do that, put the tail down and drag it in for like 75 feet.
Oh.
That is so hard to do that. Are you doing that in the Champ?
No, not even close.
What's weird is he's not doing it in the Champ, but I am doing it in the 172.
Oh.
Right here, brother.
It's
right here.
The wheelbarrow.
That's the way you do it. That is the way you do it.
The old wheelbarrow maneuver.
That's right. Keep the legacy stuff alive.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gearing up for the second run of Unlimited class. Very interesting because we don't know what Nathan can do here yet today.
Yeah, he was showing out yesterday during practice.
Practice, he had a combined score of 141. I actually saw him shaking his head.
Yeah.
In the cockpit there. I don't know if he liked that. It's funny because a takeoff that anyone sitting here would be very proud of.
I would love to get a takeoff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely not up to his expectations.
Pat McIntyre clawing it off. And I can understand now that the scores come in why Nathan would be shaking his head. His first takeoff was 57 feet. This one was 110. Ronnie Sainer at the line.
Not only does he build those Yamaha engines, but they also build the FADEC. FADEC for the legacy engines, like the Lycomings of all the different models of Lycomings, though, so something to check out with them as well. But that landing looked pretty good. Was it as good as the first one, you think?
I don't know. Everyone's putting down longer numbers. Pat McIntyre's was longer, 69 up to 109. And maybe we just don't have the wind on the nose we did before. Wind's currently 317 at 7 as Hal Stockman takes off here at Hartford.
Ronnie with a 45-foot takeoff. So I mean, it was 9 feet longer than his last, but 45 feet.
45 feet is still dumb. It's a dumb number. Why are we even doing that? I mean, now to give credit to, we've talked about Steve Henry. We'll go a little story about him while they're in the pattern. Jerry Garrettson now. Okay, that was clean for Jerry Garrettson. He could really feel the aircraft. I mean, I just want to, it was different conditions but a couple of years ago we had Steve Henry take off in 6 feet.
Damn, that was super crazy.
At Outlaw STOL down in Arizona.
That was the one weekend I wasn't there.
That was dumb too.
That was dumb.
It was.
I think I was in the hospital.
But he did that. He
No
did that
excuses.
here too, didn't he?
Here comes Nathan. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So he got it pretty planted. So that's where he started to beat himself up a little bit about that takeoff, right? But Pat had a longer takeoff too. So maybe they were just Mother Nature said, "Not you guys this run."
Definitely a factor. Always a factor that we often forget. Like right now, though, here comes the wind up again.
Yep.
This is going to help him out a lot.
As long as it maintains. If it drops out before he gets there, you can't be seduced into accepting all that wind.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
They are calling that good.
Yes. So that's another one Pat's going to wish he had a stronger takeoff number.
And does that wind stay up for the rest of the fleet? Here we come. Not just stay up, but can they capitalize on it?
Well, and there's a little bit of lowercase r risk, right? Because if you're hanging it out like this and it goes away, which we're feeling it go away right now in the booth.
Right now, there it is. It's dropping.
Ooh. I don't know if that was
They're
enough.
calling it a scratch.
Oh, no.
That's what I always wonder about when you look at these different approach techniques, right? It's like this idea of like, well, we're going to have a more stabilized approach, which has less reward, less risk, or you're going to put it all on the prop there and just hope the wind stays. There's a little bit of gambling there.
It absolutely is a gamble.
Okay, Hal. Those canards are basically, for all intents and purposes, fixed. There's like a little jack screw he can turn manually to like kind of set them before competition begins.
Yeah.
And then he can take them off when he's in cruise flight to reduce drag. I would love to see Hal actually connect them to the control surfaces so that when he's like they're doing whatever he wants them to do as he's pulling on the stick.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds complicated, though. It sounds like aerodynamic engineer complicated.
Yeah, and he's running his backwards than some of the other STOL kits, like the Robertsons and all them on the Cessnas.
Jared Garrettson, hungry for it.
Just hovering.
Oh, was not enough to get it over the line.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that you could see him kind of reach for it with the throttle, but it just wasn't enough. Pulling it forward to the line.
That's okay. He'll do better next time, and he sure made us proud up there in the north.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was really fun watching him with our watch party at Appalachian Mountain STOL.
And that's not to take away from Brady, who did an amazing job. And that could have went with either one of those guys, both flying the Badlands. They both did an amazing job, and it could have went to either one of them. It was just the luck of the draw on that one.
Yeah, Brady definitely killed it. They both killed it for sure.
I heard you guys were down here. I was up there, so I heard you guys were down south cheering us on at a party down here, screaming for us.
Yeah, we were in Pennsylvania watching it in the hangar. This hangar for the helicopters that they host us in there, and everyone was cheering and just loving it.
That's awesome. We saw some of the pictures and we're like, oh, love that. Absolutely love the support in this sport.
So we've got a few scores that need to come into our scorebook here. We're waiting on Hal Stockman's number, and Nathan's number needs to be fixed there, but things are going well. Here we go, Nathan on the third run. That's going to be closer to what he was expecting that second run.
Just waiting for that score to come in for Nathan. Pat McIntyre bringing that tail up. And the judges have their work cut out for them, because even at this angle, like completely unobstructed.
Notice these kind of these new wheels that you see on this plane of the Aero Endeavors aircraft over here. They're called Terra Tamer wheels. They make the wheels and brake kits for experimental aircraft, ranging from 18-inch to 35-inch wheels. Looks like he's somewhere in the middle there. Woo! What are they going to call that?
As something. It's going to be something. 34. That is the new record of the day for takeoffs.
Nice.
34 feet. Could land on the back of an F-14 Tomcat.
Yes. I wouldn't do it, but you could.
Well, the tail, the tail's in the way.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're bringing a Lancer to Oshkosh. It is also the horizontal on an ES Lancer is 14 feet.
Okay.
That thing's gigantic. You look at it, there's no way it's that big. It won't fit in a trailer for sure. Alrighty, here we go.
Jared Garrettson. Oh, buddy.
Oh, got that hiccup.
So we have it's still anyone's game right now as we head into the third and final run of Unlimited class here at Sodbusters. Jared Garrettson slightly out in front of Ronnie Sainer, but Ronnie Sainer coming around the bend with a 34-foot takeoff. And here's Nate Rehawk. That first scratch for him is just heartbreaking, because that was his best takeoff number by tens of feet. Going to the replay now. Oh, they're really milking it. There we go. Okay. Frame by frame. Oh, they're going to say still good. And Pat McIntyre plopping it in.
Pat saying, don't leave me out of this.
He's like, I heard they're doing a replay. I'm going to sneak in.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Yamaha coming in.
Yep.
Let's see if he can get those brakes. So they make their own brakes and wheels. Let's see if he can get those brakes that he makes. Come in here and get stopped before these next guys. Let's see how this works.
The brakes that he makes might be all it takes.
Ooh, nice.
He is working that Yamaha.
Oh, yeah.
That is. Oh.
There it is.
I don't even know what to do. Maybe we'll leave people in suspense to see where things end up. But that was close. Whew. Hal Stockman dropping it in. And so now the real question is, what will Jared Garrettson do? WWJGD. He's going to be coming around the mountain in just a second. I think I just saw a shadow. Yep, there he is. Oh, that was cool. Just descending down into ground effect. And he's trying to do what everyone else has been doing, slide a little bit closer to that tree line. Grab a little bit of that crosswind on the nose. Slow the airplane down even more. Now he's hanging it out.
Ooh! Scratch. He's going to hate that. Worked so hard for that. You know, the Yamaha makes so much noise that we could hear what it was doing, and his plane in the 918 is silent, so we couldn't hear all the working, but man, you could see him working that thing.
He was absolutely working it. Well, that is going to conclude the Unlimited class. Let's take a quick break and tell you how it ended up, Hartford. We'll be back right after this.
A bunch of us came in early. We were like, hey, let's go down to Kitty Hawk. Mr. Bill, Brandon, JB, and me, and Ed. We cruised down the coast, dude, at like 120, 500 foot right at the minimums and waving at everyone. It was so cool. We landed at Kitty Hawk, which is, the first flight. Landed there, went around, got to see the Wright brothers plane, the field that they landed it in. And man, it was an experience. I never thought I'd ever see that place. And it's cool to come out and do this stuff. We went from there down to the beach. We landed, walked out to the beach, sat there talking to all the people that were fishing, man. They're laughing, having a good time. We came right over their cars, landing, hung out for a little bit, put our feet in the water, and then got back up and headed up here. And it was a good time, man. This is what it's about. Like, the competition's fun, but it's more fun to take everyone out and go beachland, go to a couple different places, and just experience the other side of it, not just competition. And it's like a big brotherhood, and a big family. And I'm lucky to be a part of it.
Back to Sodbusters 2026 here in Hartford, Wisconsin, part of the National STOL Series. Let's hear for these Unlimited class competitors. They really had to work for it today. We'll get you the scores in just a second, but I didn't know if you guys knew this. There's a guy that donated some VGs. You guys can win some VGs. The winner wins some VGs. His name is Micah Lindstrom. I don't know if you've ever heard about him. Guy named Micah Lindstrom. Let's hear for Micah donating some prize pool stuff for the Unlimited class. Okay, it was, I say this every time, it just gets dumb. You guys are putting down dumb numbers. Like, I don't understand how physics works. In third place with a combined score of 160 feet, give it up for Hal Stockman. And now where's the physics and the math start to get really confusing. With a combined score of 109 feet, Ronnie Sainer in second place. And in first place, with a combined score of 102 feet, what a barn burner. Give it up for Jared Garrettson. Jared, it's the second time I'm talking to you today. What was different today, this afternoon, in this aircraft that you've had so much success with compared to earlier today in the Boss?
Well, this airplane gets in and out a lot shorter, and I can see off both sides, so that's nice.
That's a big difference. Visibility is big. What about the 918 on the front? That's something we're just starting to see.
You know, this airplane has an incredible power to thrust, or thrust to weight ratio. And you definitely noticed it today. Those takeoffs were ripping. My third one, I smacked the throttle handle with my elbow when I pulled the flaps, which wasn't very cute, but that's all right.
Well, it still ended up working out for you. Give it up for Jared Garrettson, everybody, and the rest of the Unlimited class putting on a show for you here at Sodbusters. Before we wrap up, I got some thank yous I gotta say. First, we gotta thank all of you in the crowd here in Hartford, our friends at Kylie's Cub Air Flight. We also want to thank all of our sponsors, including Michael Lindstrom, the broadcast team surrounding me right now and in that booth back there, putting this together for you, and of course, the volunteers. On behalf of Tom Wolf, Jeff, and Cam Walton, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you at Pinedale, Wyoming, mid-August. Be there or be square? I don't know. STOL's fun. Come do airplanes with us.